Whoosh. Danganronpa.
Danganronpa.
Oh, I'm gonna miss this song though. Also, I'm realizing that a lot of the death stuff is actually in the intro to this. Hi, Ollie. What are we playing on? Oh, I'm playing on PC. At least until D2, that's true. Hey, Super Booper. Hey, The Forgotten Kingdom. Hey, Dave Cloud, how you guys doing? Ollie, what's up, buddy? Ooh, I would wait till, Aw, you guys, Ollie's gonna want to go on his other perch, because Angry Trees went out for a bit. Oh, sorry. We'll have to not have Ollie for a little bit. Once over here.
Danganronpa.
He likes to sit over there when Angry Trees isn't here, because then he can actually, like, look. Oh, wait. They're actually red feathers, BDF. His tail feathers are red, which is why his Bucky Moon has red tail feathers, too. You need to play the third one, but you can't justify paying so. Oh yeah. Sorry, that's what I was saying. Is if you wait till Black Friday, Zimtor, I bet it'll go on sale. The games went on sale maybe a month ago, and I think it made that one like, I don't know, $40. You're doing good, Forgotten Kingdom. I'm glad to hear that. Also, I saw one paragraph come through, Nehru. I saw one come through. You fit in too many bear puns. Oh, I think we missed a part then. Or wait, oh no, the other part was to find out this time? Okay, never mind. It all came through then. Yes, so I changed it back for today, Super Booper, because we're playing Danganronpa today, and today might actually be the finale, so I wanted us to have Monokuma's butt for one last time. I'm like, we can't play Danganronpa without Monokuma's butt. That's just not, that's wrong. No, that's wrong! No, that's wrong. Oh boy, look at all these game saves. So, last time on Danganronpa, I'm gonna read Nehru's recap here, and thank you, Nehru, for this. Last time on Danganronpa, Makoto Negi got lucky. Very lucky, haha! You see, at the end of Chapter 5's trial, we were found guilty and sentenced to death by Monokuma, despite the fact that, hell no, we were not guilty. We made an ultimate decision in the middle of that trial, by the way, which I have not gone back and made the other decisions yet. I may still do that in the future, but at the end of Chapter 5's class trial, we chose to stay quiet about Kyoko lying about being able to get into her room. We stayed quiet, we trusted her. And we were condemned for death. We were being executed when suddenly we were saved by one of our dear friends, an AI in a computer. And so we did not die. We merely ended up in a heap of trash, which in itself is not pleasant, but we weren't dead, so that was good. Also, I like how you guys can still totally hear Ollie beeping over there. We were, however, also rescued from being a heaping wad of trash that would probably die of starvation by Kyoko, who turns out is, in fact, the ultimate detective. And we approached Monokuma, offering him a deal. One final trial in which we have to reveal all of the secrets of the school. And if we do, then we win. And we can leave, all of us. But if we lose, then Monokuma gets to execute us all. It's gonna be a bumpy ride. Will our luck shine through and give way to hope? Or it's crushing despair? Our weight, the bear. Find out this time on Danganronpa. Trigger Happy Havoc. Hey Lid, how are you doing today? It's good to see ya.
The knee bar. The 17th student, lying somewhere in this school. The one they call the ultimate wholesome gardener. Watch out for her. If you see her, give her love.
Watch out for her. Twice cast, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Also, Berlin Hamster. Too fast for you. Hamster, thank you for gifting that sub to Dave Cloud. Welcome on in, my friend. Grab your crystal of light and join us in our quest for fun. I hope you enjoy those lovely emotes. And thank you, Hamster, for that kindness. Ollie's a bot. No, he just beeps a lot. And thank you, Koo, for the 2 bits as well. Also, Koopy. How are you doing today, Koo? It's good to see ya. Yeah, we've gotten a good amount of gameplay out of this one. Yep, alter ego. Alter ego is best. Hey, Mary. You have not. We merely summed up what has happened. We summed up what's happened. And now we are starting today's episode of Danganronpa. Yeah, we finished in this room. We actually finished with Monokuma saying that we were running low on time. I'm trying to remember. There was something we were going to talk to Kyoko about, actually. And let me go in our truth bullets here. So, something we found while looking around the school for the truth is a locker pocketbook in the 2nd floor. And based on what's written inside, we believe it to be Kyoko's pocketbook. Despair walks among us, and so we survive. There is a second despair. So, we're about to ask Kyoko about this pocketbook to see whether or not it's really hers. Sorry, I have... Do we find Sayaka? Yeah, she's in here somewhere. She's in one of these 9 boxes! Because it turns out that this is where all of the corpses are. Oh yeah, by the way, just in case anyone forgot, I'm still convinced that the body is Junko's. That's Junko's body! I'm gonna prove it. I'm gonna prove it. In the court of law. Yes, popcorn is ready. Yeah, the one that Jill exploded is totally Junko. I mean, no one answered that. But I'm convinced it's Junko for multiple reasons that we talked about last time. Including her fingernails, which was the thing that tipped me off right before we started Chapter 5's trial, is when I realized it, which somebody got a clip of that. The Court of Monokuma. Fair enough. Let's talk to Kyoko about this notebook. Also, if I could hire that guy, I would, Talons. So I just got to make do with my best find out in the next time on DBZ voice as possible. It might still be in the top 7 days section of the clips.
Happy Saturday, chairs.
Thank you so much for the 500 bits. I appreciate that. I hope you're having a good Saturday. Happy Saturday. You recently discovered that Monokuma's name literally means bear thing in Japanese? Does it? I always found it interesting that mono, because like mono means one. Yeah, and Kuma is bear. So I guess... Oh boy, I just realized something else about that. Oh, but in Japanese, mono is thing. Because I always think of mono as in one, so it made me think he's the number one. I guess, sorry, they. Monokuma is the number one bear. Lady G Cat, I want to ride my chocobo all day.
Yay, 2 months. Bard butt.
BDG Cat, thank you so much for resubbing for 2 months in a row. Welcome back. I hope you continue to enjoy joining us in our quest for fun. I appreciate that. How are you doing today? Monochrome. Whatever. Monokuma is Monokuma. He is the number one bear, but that's unrelated. Hey, Captain. Hey, Mirrored. How are you guys doing today? It's good to see ya. He doesn't look like a giant butt. He might be a giant butt. Monokuma might be a giant butt, but they don't look like one. Hey, Kyoko. I did have one last thing. I know I shouldn't, but I feel like I have to ask.
I was frozen today.
I don't think that's what we want to ask Kyoko. Carmen, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Are you actually frozen? Are you okay? How are you doing today? Go ahead then, out with it. Have you really not seen your dad even once since you got here?
What?
What?
So...
What do you mean? Well, you know all those lockers on the 2nd floor of the dorms?
Indeed.
I do, yes. But to get into any of the lockers, you need the handbook of whoever's the locker belongs to. Actually, I managed to get them open using that emergency handbook.
I see.
The one you found in the headmaster's hidden room.
And?
So, did you find anything worthwhile in the lockers? I found a pocketbook. And after looking through it, I think it must be your pocketbook. She doesn't look convinced.
Why is that?
What makes you say that?
Because...
Like I said, only the locker's owner should be able to get into it, right? I can't imagine those lockers belong to any of us. After all, we only get access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is, there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers. And if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in a locker? Everything you just said makes perfect sense, but there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster. About your father.
What?
Dun dun dun! We got her now. I guess Yeah, I guess the reference went over my head. I'm sorry. Where did Ollie go? Oh, he's on his other perch right now, Lady Cat. He'll be back, don't worry. Hey, Fiery Sprinkles. Some of the emotes are Halloweenified. How are you doing today?
If that's true.
Could that mean that video is real too? Video? Kyoko's video, which we never got to ask her about. I want to ride my chocobo all day. Dark Balls, thank you so much for getting that form with resub to Fiery Sprinkles. Welcome back. I hope you enjoy your 30 days of emotes, including our Halloween ones. Thank you for the kindness, Dark Balls. Video!
Makoto.
I think everything is finally starting to fit together to reveal a cohesive picture. Although, I'm afraid that picture might be worse than anything we could have imagined. What are you talking about? I need to go investigate those lockers right now. I need to confirm what you just said with my own two eyes. Oh, let me give you the Headmaster's Handbook. That way you can...
So...
That won't be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have any problem opening the locker with my own handbook. After all, it would seem that it's my locker. Your locker?
Makoto.
If you watch this, it'll all make sense. A DVD? And it says, Class number 78, urgent interviews?
So...
I found it in that hidden room after you left.
Anyway...
I don't have time to explain exactly what I think it means, so just watch it and see for yourself. I think you'll realize exactly what it means. You'll understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us have ever seen before. None of this makes sense right now, but I guess that means there's some important clue on this DVD. Oh snap! I wasn't expecting to receive another DVD! I thought we were done with DVDs and moved on to Blu-rays!
Makoto.
Oh, and now it's my turn. Do you have a second to listen to me ramble? Yes. You're doing fine, Cartman. I'm glad to hear that. Oh, you got to take it nice and easy today. Excellent. Hey, Darkwing Diva. I'm doing good. How are you doing today? We're in the age of Netflix now. Kyoko's like, here, you'll need to sign up for Netflix to watch this movie. Make a Vimeo account. I'm sorry that the internet's bad. You're gonna be buffering for a while. I sure hope the trial doesn't come up before it finishes. Hey, Heavenly Wave, how are you doing today? Good to see ya. The Wi-Fi password is Red Rum. Kyoko's Netflix account was added to the Truth Bullet section of the handbook. Ramble. Ramble?
In other words...
So, as it turns out, the arrangements I'd made didn't stick. What I mean is, I'm less and less sure of everything. Even my own feelings. You're talking about your dad, right? I can never find the answers to the questions I wanted to ask. For the rest of my life. And all because of the mastermind.
However...
There's one thing I am sure of. When it comes to the mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. I swore to destroy the mastermind. This is just one more reason to follow through on that. Kyoko's eyes burned with the fire of determination. The determination to defeat the mastermind. It's strange to be confronted with his death and suddenly feel this way. I couldn't care less if my father had found happiness.
Why?
So, why does it bother me so much to know how he suffered? It's ridiculous. There's just no understanding it, I guess. She let out a small laugh as she said it. But her smile was filled with sorrow.
Whew.
So, that's it for my rambling. There's still much to do before I can consider my task complete. Yeah, you're right.
Hey,
But keep this in mind. There is only ever one absolute truth. Whether that truth serves justice or suffering. Whether it's the greatest truth or the worst. What do you mean?
Makoto.
Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope. Absolutely not, because all I can do is keep moving forward. That's pretty much all I'm good at, you know? Indeed. Sorry if that was strange.
So then,
Anyway, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial. Leaving behind that final farewell, Kyoko was gone. I'd better get going myself. I got that DVD from Kyoko. I should head to the AV room to check it out. Kyoko said something about hopeless truth. No matter what happens, I won't lose hope. Even if it's the worst truth in the world. I can't afford to lose. Yeah, that doesn't sound like something that will make me nervous at all. You think you've touched just about every emotion today, but you're good overall. I'm glad to hear you're doing good overall, Diva. And you are more than welcome to come cozy up and hang out with us. Yes! Bard Yal is totally a ghost, specifically a Mario Boo. Hey JD, what's up? How are you doing today? Oh my gosh, also, okay, side note, the fact that the best part of your Sunday is my Dang It Grandpa playthrough means a heck of a lot. That's super kind of you to say. Okay, we gotta go to the AV room. Hey Space Survivor, how you doing today? I like that Kyoko emote. Alright, we gotta go down to the AV room. Let's go. Hey Champagne, how are you doing? Good to see ya. Yeah, that's where they filmed WWE on Monday nights. Yes, Kirby ate a boo, and that's why Kirby is now a boo. You've been waiting for this Danganronpa stream since the end of last Saturday's Danganronpa stream. Me too! Me too. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I mean, I guess you could kind of use Bard Sass as smug. I want the truth! I want pictures! Pictures! Pictures of Spider-Man! I mean, sorry, the truth! No one can be as smug as this fish from the 50-in-1 console. Oh boy, this should be able to play DVDs just fine. Well, then I'd better take a look! I took the DVD Kyoko gave me and put it in the player. I don't know if I'm ready for this, but we're gonna watch it. It said that it was playing, but nothing appeared on screen. I stared into the black of the monitor. It must have only been a few seconds. But to me, it felt like an eternity. Like right now, how I'm making every pause feel like an T. That's said eternity. can't handle this Antissa. Hey, Angry Trees, could you hand me a Sir Ollie over there? Oh, yes, I can see that a little slower, Zarin. But to me it felt like an eternity. Is that slow enough? Is that slow enough? Are we speaking whale? No whale, it's more like this. I can speak whale too. I'm actually waiting for Angry Cheese to hand me Ollie so that Ollie flying by doesn't interrupt whatever we're about to watch. Thank you, Angry Trees. Here's Ollie. Here's Ollie. Questing Bear says that bit right there just made today not suck. Excellent. I have done my job then. I hope you're doing okay today, Questing. It's good to see ya. Gosh, Makoto, I hope nothing's bad on that DVD. You can speak, Will Iramar. I believe in you. Okay. Are we ready, Bards? Are we ready to see what's on the DVD? Who's ready to see what's on the DVD? Will it destroy my brain? Let's find out. And then, all of a sudden, an image appeared. Hey! We found Sayaka! Found her! I found Sayaka! Hey guys, look, it's Sayaka! It's Sayaka, but more importantly, it's Sayaka! She's trapped inside of Netflix! We finally found her 40 hours! Sayaka! It took me by total surprise. I hadn't seen Sayaka in who knows how long, and there she was.
Okay then, are you ready to begin?
The voice I heard was of the man positioned on one side of the screen. It was the voice of a middle-aged man.
I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation. I'm a little slow, you know. I never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
Oh boy. Headmaster, you know what? It's probably a good thing that you did not continue on to being an ultimate detective. That is literally what I am good at, as the ultimate note taker. It's cool. I got you, buddy. It sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sayaka's tense face didn't move a single millimeter.
So this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much.
Insurance?
Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
You want me to accept that? Sayaka was obviously at a total loss. It made total sense. Who would agree to spending the rest of your life in this school? Who indeed? I wonder if we're gonna find out. Actually, let me look at this. I accept? What?
Thank you. And I'm sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
This is super weird. As if on cue, that's where the video cut out. There was a lot I hadn't understood up until now. This. Only this. I simply couldn't comprehend what I'd heard. Because I know how much Sayaka wanted to get out of here. I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dreams with her friends again. She wanted that so bad. She tried to frame me for murder. So, why? Why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? As I sat there thinking about it, I noticed a sudden light. On the monitor, the video that I thought was finished flashed back on screen. My eyes started back to the screen. And if I was confused before, what I saw next pushed me right over the edge. It me! Hey guys, look, it's us! We found Makoto! What I saw was me! Impossibly, undeniably me!
So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yes.
Me and the headmaster were looking at each other. He and I were having what seemed like a fairly normal conversation. But the I in the here and now, had absolutely no memory of it. I had no memory of even meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down to talk to him like this.
Now, shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
This is really weird. This can't be real. I said yes?
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
What do you mean we don't have much of a choice, Self?
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
This is really weird. Once again, the video cut out. From there, the video repeated the same scene again and again with the others. Byakuya, Toko, Hina, everyone. They all said that they agreed to live in this school forever. And then Kyoko. Her interview with him had been recorded just as clearly. Without a doubt, she had met him. She had sat down with the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, her father. And when he asked her his question, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. Just as Kyoko's interview was wrapping up, the monitor suddenly went black. Huh? It wasn't just the monitor. The DVD player itself had apparently turned off. Which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened?
Say what?
I'm sorry, Monokuma. I didn't realize that we were gonna cheat today. Oopsie! Looks like it broke! Out of service! It just so happened to break just now.
Too bad.
Now, then, when doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right? Failure, my ass! You cut the power on purpose! Whatever. Even if I watched the whole thing, it'd just be more of the same. He'd ask them a question and they'd all say yes. I couldn't help myself. I let out a huge exasperated sigh, but as I did, I remembered something.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was. But what would make you forget all that?
Hey.
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient. Convenient outcome. Something that seemed to obviously work in favor of the mastermind. So does that mean I've lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten? Or... Interview DVD has been updated in the Truth Bullet section of your handbook. Great.
For anything that has a start, there has to be an end.
You're not wrong.
And if the end comes, then that means it's time for a fresh start. There is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although that dawn is totally pitch black. There is no storm that won't eventually end. Of course, then that leads to drought. But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning. Which is why I'm sure we'll get to meet again. Because the end is only the beginning.
Are you trying to tell me to do New Game Plus, Monokuma?
Anyway, let's get started.
I'm really uncomfortable.
The beginning of the end of the class trial.
The beginning of the end of the class trial.
Everyone gather once again at you know where.
Yay! Class trial. It's about to begin again. The class trial is going to start. The final class trial. The last time all our lives will be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line. I don't have a choice. I have to do this. Okay then. This is the end. Oh! Different song. Save. Whew! Okay. Also, I feel like I missed a bunch of people come in to say hi, so I was gonna scroll on. Taco, what's up? How are you doing today? Also, hey Joyless Fire, I hope you're doing good. And Techie, hi, how are you doing? Alvin Alligator, hi! I just want to make sure I didn't miss anything, because I was really into that conversation. Hey Journey's here, how you doing? Hey Greatest Journey. Possibly. I think it's the last trial of the whole game, but nobody tell me, because quite frankly, it's more fun to be blind. You popped in just in time for this banger of a song. Hey Delta, how you doing today? Hi, hey there, Binary. How are you doing? Good to see you. Mr. Jasmine, how are you? Good to see you. Hey, Anatoko. Yes, you made it just in time for the trial. I hope you're doing well. Yes, we're going to try and bring the madness to a close tonight. We shall see. Oh yeah, I already have 100% repeat chance. I think it's too late. The game's not going to let us go play Gachapon anyway. Who's still alive? Currently alive. Us, Makoto Negi. Taka's dead. Byakuya, alive. Mondo, dead. Leon, dead. Hifumi, dead. Yasuhiro, alive. Sayaka, dead. Kyoko, alive. Aoi, alive. Toko, alive. Sakura, dead. Celeste, dead. Junko, dead. Chihiro, dead. What does the star mean? Oh, that means I filled out her full report card, Mike. Basically, I got all of her background information. She's the only character I got that for. How did Yasuhiro make it this far? Pure luck. My favorite male character greatest journey was Taka, and he's dead, so my heart's still bleeding right now. But I love Kyoko is my favorite character in the game, and right now she's alive, so we'll see. Makuro is supposedly dead. I don't believe it. Star means best girl. Ooh, nice Delta, that's awesome. Congrats on getting Octopath. I really enjoyed Chapter 5. It was great. Chapter 5 is a great ride. Let's go inside the red door. Yeah, Makoto's the ultimate lucky student. Hey Darius, welcome, how you doing? I guess I'm the first one this time.
Makoto,
You're early, Makoto.
listen.
Does that mean you feel prepared? Yeah, for now at least. But where's everyone else? Why aren't they here yet?
However,
Don't worry, I'm sure they'll be here too. I mean, soon. That's what she said. And just like she said. I mean, I really liked Junko too, but apparently in that clip I called her waifu number 2. So I don't know if I waifu'd Kyoko first. I have no idea. Yes, I am playing this on PC, Goran. Also, hi, how are you doing today? Byakuya! Byakuya? Okay, he's just full of angry silence. Got it. They arrived one after another, but they were all in the same state of shock. Whoa, Hina? Everyone's completely quiet. Hiro? No one has anything to say? It's just the 5 of us and you're... Where's Toko? Silence. And it wasn't any normal silence. It was the deafening silence of fear and suspicion. It was like the first class trial.
You called for me until I appeared.
I'm late! Oh, strong silent master is so wonderful, so cool, so hot, my lines are ablaze! Now listen, everything will be fine if you just leave it to me! With my scissors, sharp scissors in hand, I'll stab and gouge and shift the master of evil! But I thought you couldn't kill anyone but adorable little boys. If it's what master wants, it can be boy, girl, or anything in between. I can handle it. Uh-oh. Where am I? Okay, well... Hello, Genocide Jill! Goodbye, Genocide Jill! No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling right now. Damn, Kyoko! That's some serious edgelord! That is the most edgelord thing I have ever heard in my entire life. No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling right now. I guess that would be me if they hadn't announced Animal Crossing for the Switch finally. Is everyone here? Ooh, and wearing our gloomy guts faces, I see.
Well now.
Okay, well then, let's begin. This final class trial is gonna be slathered in pitch black despair, climaxium sorrow.
That's fine.
You're right. This is the final class trial, and this time it'll be fair. What do you mean this time? Stop with all the slander. I'm a fair in good standing, you know.
Unbelievable.
If there was a Mr. Fair Guy Universe contest, I'd take home the tiara every year. I'm gonna win this game super fair and square.
Today,
And I'll make sure
feeling
everyone watching at home knows that despair is mightier than hope.
Stop talking.
Enough of your tedious drivel. Begin the trial already. Sure, sure. Let's begin the trial already. I'll be waiting for you down below.
You guys.
So don't try and run away. Laughing as loud as ever, Monokuma disappeared. Whatever.
In the name of my family.
This will be over in no time. With an inexplicable confidence, Byakuya was the first into the elevator. One by one, the others followed. Still in silence. Okay. Yeah, also, I actually do think that Jinsei Jill was kind of one of our few reliable classmates. Like, we'd rather have her than Toko because at least Jinsei Jill is predictable and talkative. Nobody made eye contact. Nobody said a word. They just disappeared into the elevator.
Hey,
They're all acting odd. Like they're paranoid, suspicious of each other.
however,
But you know why that is, don't you? Yeah, I think so.
however,
Well, you can tell us all about it soon. At the class trial. You're right. I'm ready.
so...
Ready to win, right? Of course. I'm glad to hear you say that. And then Kyoko was aboard the elevator. Aw, I'm glad you're feeling better too, Faye. Evil laughs are supposed to be scary, you guys. So if it's scary, then that's good. I started making my way toward the opening. Step after step toward that gaping maw. I'd resolved that this would be the last time. I repeated to myself that there was no fear, no mystery left. I pushed the anxiety down, calmed my trembling body, and finally, unsteady legs, I passed the threshold and stood in the elevator. Without warning, it began to descend. Deeper and deeper. 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 Deeper still. Deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper it fell. I closed my eyes and sight fell away. All sound, too, disappeared. Alone in the universe, I waited for the elevator doors to open for the last time. What could have been seconds or centuries later, I felt the gentle vibration of the elevator come to an end. I slowly opened my eyes. This is the final trial site? What do you think? Isn't it just the perfect background for deciding a person's fate? It's the long-awaited last stage! The always exciting final last boss battle! And I'm gonna sit in on this one. I'll just sit right here in the vacant 16th seat. Well then, let's begin! Yes, I want to save. Yes, Monokuma is going to sit in on the vacant 16th seat. Bard does not trust you. Hey, Lionfish, how you doing today? You know, I like the drama at the beginning of the trial because I feel like it gets me pumped for it. It gets me in that mindset of it being a really intense moment in the game. I had to say deeper so many times that, oh yeah, it started to sound like it wasn't a real word. I was trying to say it a few different ways, but you know, it's hard. I'm no Vin Diesel saying Groot. Hey, robot, how you doing?
for you. A ding for justice. For victory.
A ding? For justice. For victory! Thank you, Carmen, for the 123 bits. Okay. We pretty much have the skills we want. We want to take a look at our truth bullets. Do I want to get some stuff before it starts? Yes. I have a full thing of water. I got like half of my soda left. I will want to take a bathroom break before we start the actual trial. And then we'll start. Because I don't want to break in the middle of the trial. We will not be taking a break in the middle of the trial. So we'll take like a short break before it starts. But let's take a look at their truth bullets. Monokuma file number 5. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old. Places to check. Yeah. I don't know if this is really going to be relevant, but I'm gonna go ahead and read through it anyway. Several rooms have been locked up until this point. I mean, I guess it's good to know which rooms were unlocked. The headmaster's room on the 4th floor, the biolab on the 5th floor, the Monokuma door in the data center on the 4th floor, and the 2nd floor of the dormitory area. In addition, the areas directly connected to Makuro Ikusaba's death are the garden and dojo. Monokuma control room. The Monokuma room in the data center opened to reveal a small room used to command Monokuma. This is where the mastermind had begun issuing commands to the Ursine robot. Tarp. The tarp found in the garden had played a part in Makuro's murder. Biolab had been stamped onto one corner of the tarp. The same kind of tarp was found in the biolab, so there's no doubt that this tarp came from there. Makuro Ikusaba's profile. According to the headmaster's report, Makuro did not have a single scar or wound when she came to Hope's Peak Academy. In addition, her physical features were as follows. Height, 5 foot 7 inches. Weight, 97 pounds. Vitals, 31, 22, 32. Kyoko has confirmed that the corpse matches these characteristics. The ultimate despair. The phrase, the ultimate despair, doesn't refer to a single individual, but a like-minded group of people. 1 year ago, that group brought about the single worst event in human history. They are motivated only by despair, making them some of the most despicable people to ever live. Hidden room present. There was a brightly colored box sitting in the headmaster's hidden room. Inside the box were human bones, the last remains of the headmaster. Photo of Kyoko and headmaster. In his hidden room, the headmaster kept a photo of him and a young Kyoko together. In the photo, they are both, oh, that should be they. They are both smiling. Headmaster's e-handbook. An emergency handbook was found in the headmaster's hidden room. This handbook apparently had no restrictions and was given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. Locker notebook. The notebook was found in the locker, or in a locker on the 2nd floor of the dorms. Yasuhiro's name was written on the inside, and it has notes for a number of different classes. That is very weird. I found really strange, and I don't know what to make of finding a notebook with Hiro's name in it. I don't know. One sort of hypothesis that I have, although I don't really have a lot of evidence to point towards it, is that either he was part of last year's class and failed, probably because of all the murder, or that we are the remaining members of that class. but I don't know for sure. And it's also weird about the locker pocketbook. The pocketbook was found in the locker on the 2nd floor of the dorms. And based on what was written inside, it's believed to be Kyoko's. There's some kind of message scrawled on the last page of the pocketbook. Despair walks among us, and so we survive. There's a second despair. It's weird. Hey, Illustrious Rocket. Not enough. How are you doing? And hey, Super Luck. How are you? Good to see you guys. We're going through all of the truth bullets real quick before we start the final trial. Biolab secret. The biolab on the 5th floor seems to have been repurposed as a morgue. Biolab lights. A corpse fridge has been installed in the biolab. It seems that a blue light comes on to indicate a slot is occupied. The number of blue lights, counting the slot with Makuro's body inside, comes to a total of 9. Which, by the way, I would like to point out again, if there are 16 students, that leaves 7 unused ones. You know how many of us there are? 6. Group photo. The photo depicts all the Hope's Peak students wearing matching uniforms. Worth noting is that Makuro is pictured while Makoto is not. Could that mean all the others are working together somehow? Huh, they specifically mention Makuro. That's weird. That's really weird. You can't math. You only have 8 tentacles. It's okay. We'll math for you. Genocide Jack's memory. It would seem that while Toko and Genocide Jack share certain fundamental knowledge, their individual memories are separate. Kyoko's account. Kyoko attests that both the stab wound and the blow to the head were inflicted after death. Interview DVD. The DVD Kyoko found contained interviews between the headmaster and all the Hope's Peak students. Makoto, however, had no memory of such an interview. Thanks to Monokuma's interference, Makoto wasn't able to watch the DVD all the way through. So, what I had mentioned before at the beginning of Chapter 5's trial is that I believe that the dead body that's supposedly Makuro's body is actually Junko's body. And I guessed at that because of the fake fingernails, because Junko specifically had those bright red fake fingernails because she was the ultimate fashionista. I don't know about the wolf tattoo in her hand. I also find it sort of pointing that general direction. Shoot, where did it go? That Mikuru Ikusaba's profile says that she didn't have a single scar or wound when she came to Hope's Peak Academy. That doesn't mention tattoos, but still. I have one regular hypothesis and one conspiracy theory hypothesis. My regular hypothesis is that Mikuru Ikusaba, because she's the 16th student, is actually the ultimate despair, like what Kyoko was saying. And that she is actually the mastermind. And the body that's supposedly hers is actually Junko's. Another theory I have I don't know. They're not really theories. I feel like they're more like hypothesis. It's more like a hypothesis. I did notice, I feel that Mikuru Ikusaba and Junko actually, they have similar face shapes. They have totally different hair colors, but I'm guessing, honestly, Junko probably dyes her hair. Her hair was that crazy pink color, and that seemed like a very fashionista kind of thing to do. So, I also have a hypothesis that maybe they're related, because the notebook... The notebook, shoot, where did it go? The pocketbook specifically says there's a second despair. So, I don't know whether or not that points towards there being 2 ultimate despairs that are members of this class, or if there's only one and there's a second out there somewhere else. I don't know. But there is the potential for there to actually be 2 ultimate despairs. The only thing that doesn't make sense is, like, if Junko died at the beginning, if she actually died at the beginning, and I mean, I'm pretty sure she did because we watched her get gung-neared, then it wouldn't make sense for them to have been working together. It's complicated. This one's really complicated and honestly hard to guess at, which makes me excited even more for the trial. Oh, my conspiracy one is that Junko is actually the ultimate despair, and she was disguised as Mikuru Ikusaba. Like, if they were somehow weirdly related, and it's actually Mikuru Ikusaba that did die instead of Junko at the beginning of the game. And so it was actually Mikuru Ikusaba's body that was used to frame both Junko's murder, or pretend that it was Junko's murder, and also frame Mikuru Ikusaba's murder here when, of course, Junko is actually alive. So I think that the ultimate despair, unless it's some weird throwaway of it's actually Makoto, is either Junko or Mikuru Ikusaba. I just don't know whose body that really is. But I know that body has Junko's fake nails for a reason. And I think since it's less conspiracy, that's probably my more vote for it, is that it is actually Junko's body that Mikuru Ikusaba put there to pretend like it was hers. That's less complicated to explain. Hey, Thunderstorms, how you doing? It's good to see ya. Yeah, we'll find out soon. But that's kind of, I guess that's what I'm gonna go with, is what I think is that Mikuru Ikusaba used Junko's already dead body to fake her own murder, and that she is actually controlling Monokuma and is the mastermind. But there's really only one way to find out, and that's to do the trial. I could be right, I could be wrong, I could be anywhere in between. Doesn't even really matter. We're gonna find out. Watch out for her! Okay, I am gonna take a very quick restroom break. Just like 3 minutes or so. I'm gonna stretch my legs, I'm gonna go use the restroom. If you need a snack, or a drink, or a restroom break yourself before this starts, go now, or forever hold your bladder unless you want to miss something. I will be right back. I'm just gonna leave you guys with this, because I'm not gonna be gone very long. You can get a meal. A meal is fine. Go now or forever hold your pee. Because, you know, you probably should not pee in a trash can. Peace. Okay, I'll be back in about 3 minutes. Don't go too far, but please do feel free to get yourself food, drink, whatever you need. I'll be right back. Hi, Trap! You're here just in time for the trial, which is actually the best time. Okay, I'll be right back. Please enjoy this really groovy ass. You know what? Just can we get like some dance emotes in chat from anyone who's not leaving, because this is a banger. Do not pee in a trash can. Okay, I'll be back. Okay, you guys, I'm back. I'm back. Are you guys ready for this? Are we ready for the last trial in Danganronpa? Hey, Poeta Park, your body was moving mysteriously. Oh, hey, I mean, if it brings you euphoria, you do you. Oh yeah, we also found Sayaka Trap. Oh my gosh, go look at the Super Mario Party speedruns. I didn't even know that, well, I would say I didn't know that was a thing yet, but I guess I'm not surprised it's a thing. Yeah, I think that it is actually Mikuro. I made a conspiracy theory guess about it being Junko or something, but we'll see. I honestly, like I said, I don't care if I'm right or wrong. I'm intrigued to see what Danganronpa will bring us today. I want to ride my Junko all day.
I'm going to miss this stream.
Cat, thank you so much for resubbing for 3 months in a row. Welcome back. Hope you continue to enjoy joining us in our quest for fun. And hey, there's always the vibe, so don't worry about it. We're glad to have you again. You know what's the funniest thing? When we play Danganronpa, I always want to be wrong about my guess. Because I I just want the game to surprise me even more, you know? I want to be wrong so Danganronpa can surprise me. Bards, are we ready? Are we prepared to face Chapter 6's trial? No! Get your bard corns, your bard blanks, and your bard yells ready! Oh, Ollie's totally gonna lose his toy. Ollie, no, don't fly, you're gonna knock it off. Lose it, buddy. You're gonna lose it. Don't pull, I'm low on mana. I would like to quickly remind you guys that as probably 99% of you already know, this is a totally blind playthrough of Danganronpa, but especially because this is the last trial, I implore you, please. I know that it will probably be tempting to want to say things in chat, because of course it always is, especially if you've already seen the game, but please do not foreshadow or spoil anything about this trial. Especially, I mean, I feel like 99% of the time people don't really spoil on purpose unless they're malicious, but that hasn't been a problem really. But mostly I want to emphasize, please don't accidentally foreshadow anything. So if you're tempted to say something about the future of what I haven't seen yet, find a Whisper Buddy. Whisper Buddies are great. Otherwise, don't worry, we will definitely be talking about the trial afterwards. We will have a talk afterwards. And it's gonna be one hell of a ride. So please, please do sit back, relax, and enjoy Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc's last trial.
Since this will be the final class trial, I've come up with a special rule.
Oh boy.
So listen up! If you can figure out Mukuro's killer and go on to solve the mystery of this school, you guys win!
Oh, yeah, I already knew that special rule.
But if you can't...
You scared me for a second. Also, you guys noticed Monokuma's standing on... He's got themselves propped up.
Then I win!
You're not gonna win!
And of course, waiting for the loser is the super exciting, super heart-pounding punishment!
Are you saying that if you lose, you'll execute yourself?
Yep, sure will.
And that's final? No loopholes? No wiggling out of it later?
Of course not! Bears never go back on their word!
They don't?
Never mind all that. I just have one question for you.
Oh, you're taking this serious, huh? Are you feeling okay?
Oh, burn!
Is the mastermind only one person? Don't bother. I already know the answer. You're all the mastermind, aren't you? You're all out to get me!
Okay, sweetie.
I'm right, aren't I?
Are you serious? Do I have to debate this? Why? Why? Why do I have to argue with Hero?
You guys have all been working together,
For
haven't you?
fuck's sake.
I have evidence.
Oh, whoops. I didn't mean to do
Hey,
that.
you stole my line. You're all out to get me. I'm sure of it. I have evidence of my own.
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than me has been working together.
What? Wait, hold on.
Really?
Doesn't make any sense.
All of you?
How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
Oh. All three of them think everyone around them is their enemy. There's no doubt this is a trap Monokuma set. He set it up so we would suspect each other. And I have something that proves it.
You guys have all been working together, haven't you? I have evidence, so I know I'm right.
Hey, you stole my line.
Wait.
You're all out to get me. I'm
I don't
sure
know if
of
the
it.
group... I don't know what...
I have evidence of my own.
What a coincidence. I too have evidence to present. Evidence that proves everyone other than
I mean,
me
I
has
think
been
maybe the group
working
photo.
together.
What? Wait, hold on. This doesn't make any sense.
Sweaty?
How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
Frick, I missed!
You guys have all been... I have evidence!
Hey, you're all out to get me. I have evidence.
What a coincidence. Evidence that proves every... What? This doesn't make any sense.
How can the three of us each have that kind of evidence?
No, that's wrong.
No, that's wrong! You basically have to slow that one down.
It's not just you three. I have evidence too.
I have evidence!
What? You two?
The evidence you're all referring to is this group photo, right?
I mean, we weren't in it, so it would make sense
Well,
that
yeah.
Monokuma would have shown the exact same photo, but with them missing instead.
Huh? Wait, but mine's different. With the picture you have, I'm in it. But that can't be right. Because in my picture... See? I'm the only one not in it.
Also, you know what else is weird? In none of the... Okay, so far in none of these photos can we actually see Junko's face. Which actually does kind of point towards it being Junko.
Kira, you have a picture too, right? Let's see it.
So Sakura's coming for you.
Okay, but be careful with it. It's pretty important evidence.
Look! See? She's turned around in this picture too! That's so weird. That is totally on purpose. Also, Leon is asleep. Genocide Jill / Toko is drooling over Byakuya. Sayaka and Aoi are just enjoying donuts. I find it interesting that Celeste is looking at Junko. I don't think I ever played Snowboard Kids on N64. Yeah, okay, I'm convinced that this is really weird that we can't see Junko's face.
So the secret in these pictures has been revealed.
Secret or whatever, I don't care. You guys are all in on this together. That's why I'm the only one missing.
But you're in my picture. You're the ones trying to trick me.
So
Guys.
the whole purpose behind these photos was to get us questioning and fighting with each other. The mastermind laid a trap to make us each think everyone else was working against us.
Huh? I laid a trap? A trap? How rude! What grounds do you have for such audacious accusations?
The fact that all of our photos are different. The proof I need to reveal Monokuma's trap. Each photo has a certain something in common. there's a connection regarding what person isn't shown in the group photos, and that person is the one who got the photos.
I got it!
Of course that makes sense.
The only one not in the picture is the person who received it.
Bam! Exactly. Shala, thank you for bringing folks over. I hope you're doing good today. Hey, Venerable, what's up? How are you doing? Well, come on in, everybody. Welcome to Danganronpa, Triggered Happy Havoc's possible final trial, and I'm really nervous about it because there's a lot of conspiracy going on.
So, in the picture I got, I'm the only one missing.
See? Because there it's our photo. Junko's face is not in any of these pictures.
In the picture Hina got,
This is
she's
bothering
the only
me.
one missing.
This is super bothering me.
And in the picture Hiro got, he's the only one missing.
Dadgum Grandpa Tickle Haunted Hammock.
As long as we're talking about it, I suppose I should show you my photo as well.
Yes, please show us your photo. I need to confirm that yours also, you can't see Junko's face. See, look! You can't see it.
In other
You
words,
can't see
Monokuma
it.
gave each of us a group photo in which that person wasn't included.
You can't see Junko's face. I'm making a mental note of that. Yep, that's pretty much me right now, Kuni. Oh, you were doing a Final Fantasy Legend 2 speedrun? Awesome! I haven't seen one of those, but I have Legend 3. I hope you had a good time. Yes, Spoony will remember that. My day's been good, Trop. My day's been good. Thank you for asking. Yep, so Monokuma gave each of us a group photo, which that person was included, except for Kyoko because she didn't go get her photo.
And when we each saw our picture, we just assumed everyone else was the enemy?
Of course she did.
Figured it out, huh?
Yeah, I thought that must be it. But how was that a hint?
But you know, there might be more to this than just Monokuma trying to confuse us. There's something else that bothers me about everyone else's pictures. What is it? What's digging at me?
Listen, can I see everyone's group photo one more time? It's not directly connected to what we're talking about, but I'd like to double check something.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I don't mind.
I'm sure there's something unusual about these group photos. What is it? I need to compare each of them one more time. Byakuya's picture. Hina's picture. Hiro's picture. And mine. There's something strange about all of them. Something I can't quite pin down. Something... I know what it is, Makoto! Just let me tell
forget
you.
about the photo already?
Please just let me tell you the answer.
Ugh. Trying to trick me with such an obviously fake photo? I'm still pissed about that.
And on top of that, they went to all that trouble to make it look like we were wearing matching uniforms.
So you think they're fake? No. I assure you, they're quite real.
But what are you talking about? There's no way.
Yeah! I don't remember ever taking a picture like that, so it's gotta be a fake. I'm sure of it.
But you know, can we really be so sure?
Huh?
Don't get me wrong, I don't remember taking this picture either. But is that really enough to be absolutely positive they're fake?
Not really, considering we know Kyoko lost her memory, and we're not sure we remember everything either. Okay, fine, you're right. Makoto hasn't yelled, "Hey, chat." I can't tell Makoto. I gotta let Makoto figure it out on his own.
What do you mean?
the reason I don't remember this picture isn't necessarily because it's fake. There might be some other reason, some terrible reason, an unbelievable but entirely horrifying reason. Hangman's Gambit. Amnesia. Got it.
Now I understand. Let's say that somehow we'd all lost our memories. That could explain it, couldn't it?
Amnesia!
Oh, I get it. So we all just lost our memories at the same time and forgot about the photo. Makes sense.
You know, Hero, I appreciate you agreeing with me, but I can tell that you didn't really think about it. I know I don't need the video drop.
As if.
It's fine.
You
Oh, okay, he
expect me
doesn't
to
believe
such
us.
an unbelievable occult-type story?
What is going? Wait. Okay, hang on. Hold the phone, Hero. You told me a story about an alien taking your hamburger. And you don't believe me about amnesia, which is a real thing proven by science to exist? Hero, we can't be friends anymore.
Yeah, we all lost our memories? That's just crazy.
But an alien did take his hamburger! Oh, sorry, only 30% of his hamburger because it turns out it wasn't 100% beef. Hey, Parks Lady, how are you doing today? Or was it 70? I don't know. Part of it wasn't all beef. Dude, aliens take your burgers all the time, okay? I'm sorry. Those aliens are mean. If they're bullying you, you let me know. I will tell the aliens to give you your hamburger back. Hey, Onyx, how are you doing? It's only natural that they wouldn't believe it. But no matter how much they refuse, if that's the absolute truth, they have no choice. They can't move forward until they accept it. And there's another way to prove it besides those pictures. Okay. Oh yeah, of course, the interview DVD.
You're saying we all got spontaneous amnesia? Since when did this turn into some kind of sci-fi fantasy?
I promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
So the idea that we all lost our memories.
It's totally stupid. Obviously.
No, I know. I know what it is.
You're saying we all... Since when did this turn into...
I promise you, ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
So the
I
idea that we all
pushed the
lost our
wrong button.
memories.
It's totally stupid. Obviously.
I pushed the wrong button.
You're saying we all... Since when did this turn into...
I promise you, I haven't. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
So the idea that we all lost our memories.
It's totally
It
stupid.
seems like the later you get into the game, you have to slow it down. You
You're
literally
saying
can't.
we all got spontaneous
You
amnesia?
literally can't
When
hit
did
it
this
without
turn into
slowing
I
it down.
promise you, I haven't lost my memory. Ever since I got to this school, I remember everything that's happened.
There we go.
No, it's wrong.
No, that's wrong.
Those photos aren't the only things that point to the possibility of memory loss.
That's right. I have more evidence. Have a good night, Mystic. Thank you for joining us. You sleep well. Oh, they probably just do it because they're hungry. It's okay. We can always buy more hamburgers. It's true.
This DVD does the same thing.
You're not gonna show us something indecent, are you?
No.
No!
It's nothing like that.
This is a safe for work channel, Toko.
It's a video of all of us being interviewed by the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster.
When you say all of us, you mean...
All of you.
I mean all of us, including you.
You lie! I never did any kind of interview.
Yes, you did! I have evidence.
No, it's not a lie. Just watch the DVD and you'll see for yourself. The headmaster did, in fact, interview you.
You, and you, and you, and you, and you, and you. They interviewed you.
What are you
and
saying?
you, and you. I'm saying you have amnesia.
I didn't imagine you would remember.
It's not about whether or not I remember. You expect me to believe all this? That I lost my memory somehow?
Well, we don't have any way to refute it, so we have no choice but to accept it as reality.
Thank you, Byakuya. I probably will like Ace Attorney's catchphrases.
How can you say that? We're talking about living, breathing amnesia here.
Wait. Hiro, do you know what amnesia is? Do you know what amnesia is, Hiro? It's okay. You can tell me. I won't judge, I genuinely will not judge you for not knowing what amnesia is, but please don't act like you know what something is when you don't. Just be honest, and I will tell you, because you know what? You're the one of the 10,000.
To be honest, I have something else on my mind right now.
I hate when my amnesia's living and breathing. Oh no, there's no specific plan to play Ace Attorney, like date-wise, but it is on our list for sure to play eventually. Chat will judge you. Hey, I mean, Hiro's got his faults, okay? Hiro has his faults. But if he were honest with me about not knowing what amnesia was, I would just pat him on the head and say, that's okay, buddy, I will tell you. You gonna learn today.
Something else?
You said the DVD contains recordings of us being interviewed by the headmaster, right?
Yeah?
What were the interviews about?
The headmaster sat each of us down, one at a time, and asked us the same question. He asked us if we could accept the idea of spending the rest of our lives in this school.
Uh-huh.
What kind of question is that?
And how did we answer?
We'd say no, obviously.
But you didn't.
Actually, we all said we could. Even me.
Even us.
I heard myself say yes. I could spend the rest of my life at this school.
Hello. Enjoy the series enough to play the others?
I don't know yet, Rock Zero. That's up to subs. It's Side Quest Saturdays, so they get to vote. Maybe. We'll probably put it on the poll. Thank you for the 100 bits. How are you doing today? Hey, Queen of Waffles. How are you doing? Amnesia is a spoopy video. I mean, there are things that are living and breathing in Amnesia the game, so I guess that counts. No, I don't want to know anything about the future games, though. I'm staying totally blind to those as well.
Why? Why would you say yes to something like that?
I don't know. I don't remember a thing.
The same goes for everyone else. Nobody remembers. You don't remember choosing to live here forever, or even talking to the headmaster about it at all.
It doesn't matter if I remember or not. Even if I bought the whole amnesia thing, the idea that I would want to live here forever? That's just insane! How can I believe that?
I mean, he's got a point.
Insane or not, we can't move forward until you accept it. Am I right?
You sure are, 'cause it's all true.
Hero's look of horror there. Yes, Side Quest Saturdays are actually voted entirely on by subscribers. It features short to medium length indie and retro games. We've been playing Danganronpa for probably a couple of months now. It's been a bit longer of one, but it's also been a really enjoyable side quest game. It's basically a way for you guys to watch me play games that might not necessarily be in my wheelhouse, but that we want to see, that also aren't super long RPGs. What?
I know it sounds absurd, but if it's the truth, there's nothing we can do about it.
Indeed. We only have one path in front of us.
Then, we really...
Yep, you all totally lost your memory at the same time.
Okay, so alright, that's confirmed true.
This is all making my head hurt.
And this isn't like some normal kind of memory loss. You stole those specific memories from us, didn't you?
Oopsie, you figured that part out too, huh?
I want to know how, though.
Of course. There's no way we would all just happen to get amnesia at the same time.
How could someone just steal our memories?
How? Come, that hardly matters right now.
Wait a minute. Why do I suddenly feel like that giant machine we saw in the chemistry lab is actually what he used to wipe our memories, and that explains why Monokuma was like, oh yeah, that's just an air conditioner. It just conditions the air for us here for eternity. No, it doesn't! No, it doesn't, you liar!
If I said it was hypnotism, would you believe me? Or we opened up your skulls and messed with your brains?
Also, there's we.
Would you really believe anything I said? How it happened doesn't matter right now.
What matters is figuring out what memories you took from us. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Huh.
I knew I could count on you.
Okay.
The interview with the headmaster, taking that group photo, those can't be the only memories we lost. There must have been a purpose to it all. A reason for taking away our memories.
Of course there was a purpose. It all has to do with the original motive.
The original motive?
You mean the motive you came up with to try and get us to all kill each other?
That has something to do with the memories you stole from us?
It sure does. But that part's still a secret.
Huh. Okay. So that seems like Monokuma is implying that we don't have to murder each other to get out of here.
Anyway, I'm sure it's not easy, but let's all focus on the close trial for the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Okay, so you want us to figure out who killed her before we do anything else.
So until we do that, well, either way, we have to explain every last remaining mystery. So, the one who killed Mukuro, the true mastermind, that's what we need to expose. Monokuma Control Room, Mukuro Ikusaba's profile, Headmaster's e-handbook.
So who did it? Who killed her?
Whoever did it is the same one who's behind everything. That much I'm sure of.
But when you think about it, is the mastermind really here in the school?
Of course! They have to be here somewhere.
What makes you so sure?
What does make me so sure?
Exactly. You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is here. The mastermind is probably a million miles away.
Okay, that's what we need to...
His masterminds always lurk off in the background, right?
Yeah, no, that's what we need. They're somewhere in the school. And we can prove it with the control room.
Whoever did it is the stat much better.
When you the mastermind.
Of course, they have to be.
What makes you?
What exactly?
You're just making stuff up. There's no way the mastermind is probably a million miles away.
No! That's wrong!
There's no question that the mastermind is somewhere within the school.
And I have proof.
How do you know? Did you find some evidence or something?
In the back of the data center, I found a panel that controls Monokuma. The mastermind must have been using that to control him all this time. So there can't be any doubt. The mastermind has been inside the school all along.
There can't be any doubt. In which case, there also can be no doubt that the mastermind is one of us.
What? Why?
Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier.
Oh, I'd also like to point out something that I just realized. Byakuya is wrong. Something else that we learned about Monokuma and the mastermind is that the mastermind can only be in one place at a time. Therefore, anyone, unless there are two masterminds, in which case somebody would still have to be Monokuma, but in these class trials, none of us could actually be the mastermind, because then who's controlling Monokuma? Just saying. There either has to be a second mastermind if that's the case, or none of us here are the mastermind, and it's one of the two people I said, which is Mikuru Ikusaba, which would make sense because we never saw her, or Junko, although the thing that's going against that is actually Monokuma killed Junko, so there would have to be a second mastermind for that to be the case. Recall what Makoto told us Monokuma said to him earlier. Also, Monokuma's in the 16th seed. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step at Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
So if the mastermind is in the school, we have to assume it can only be that 16th student.
Okay.
How'd they manage to survive all of this?
So we're the only ones here? It's not me! I'm not the mastermind!
Well, it's not me! I blame Makoto!
What? Why me?
'Cause it's super weird how you're the only one who survived being executed.
I mean, she has a point there.
Oh, I get it! The only way he could have survived is if he was actually the mastermind himself, right?
But then why wouldn't we fake our own death so that you wouldn't understand that that was the case?
Ah, nuts! Ya got me! Wait! What are you trying to say?
Everyone, calm down. There's no reason to panic.
I'm pretty sure that Monokuma's just trying to see, okay, the fact that Monokuma's leaning into that means we're not the mastermind. Because of course Monokuma wants us to guess wrong.
The mastermind's true identity will become clear soon enough. Just as soon as we find out who killed Mukuro.
That's a good point. Rather than wasting time bickering, we should put our minds to work solving this mystery.
Yeah, well, how much time have we already spent talking about the murder?
He's right. What more is there to talk about?
But the bear don't lie. I mean, it depends on what his definition of lying is.
If you want something to talk about, I think there might be one thing.
Also, Monokuma has lied before, so he's lying by saying that he doesn't lie.
We haven't fully established what Mukuro's fatal injury was.
Huh? But I thought we figured that out. She died when she got hit in the back of the head.
No, that isn't actually what killed her. It was something entirely different.
Yes, Kyoko.
Wouldn't you agree, Makoto?
Tell us about it. Makuro's actual cause of death must have been the other wounds.
I got it! All of the wounds covering her body. That's what really killed her.
Hey, now hold on a second. You did read the Monokuma file, right?
Yes, hero! The body was covered with other wounds, but these were at least several days old.
It made it pretty clear. Those wounds were made at least a few days ago. So they can't possibly be what killed her.
But they are.
Consider this. What if the murder itself took place at least a few days ago?
What?
Whoa, 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 what?
What if, when we discovered her body, she'd already been dead for several days?
That's right!
If that's true, then naturally the wounds that killed her would appear to be however many days old.
That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it makes sense.
Because she had all those wounds before she ever came here.
That's not true.
Huh? How do you know that?
Isn't it obvious? She was the ultimate soldier, right? So that means, you know.
You're wrong.
She denied me before I could even say anything.
Now's not the time, Toko.
Come on. I mean, you think I'm not weird, okay? At least listen to what I have to say before you deny me.
Oh gosh. Oh jeez. Hey Razor Fire, how you doing today? Toko, you are very weird. I mean, that's fine. Being weird is fine, but I mean, you should probably own up to the fact that you are in fact weird. Hey Grease, what's up? How you doing? If you're so sure we're gonna deny you, why bother saying it in the first place? Group photo, interview DVD, Mukuro Ikusawa's profile, headmaster's e-handbook, Monokuma control room. Ah.
Mukuro was the ultimate soldier. She must have been in 100 different battles. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in battle.
Are you finished?
You didn't deny me this time?
Don't worry,
There wasn't anything
cute about it.
Okay, I know, yeah, it's...
Mukuro was the ultimate. She must have been. So, when you think about it, obviously, she got all those wounds in...
No, that's wrong!
No, Mukuro didn't suffer those wounds in battle.
She did not.
The file we found in the headmaster's room said as much.
It said she didn't have any scars when she came to the school. Ba-di-bi-di-ba-ba-di-bi-di-bi-di-woo.
Despite the time she spent in battle after battle as a member of Fenrir, when she entered this school, she hadn't sustained a single injury.
That's right.
To be denied so completely. Actually, it's kind of refreshing. Maybe it's because of all of Master's training.
Anyway, so we can be sure that Mukuro suffered all those wounds after coming to this school. In which case, they could be the very thing that killed her.
As a matter of fact, it's hard to imagine any other possibility. When examining her body, I found that her stomach and head wounds came after she was already dead.
Yup.
Unless anyone has any better suggestions, I think we can say this with confidence. The wounds Mukuro sustained all over her body are what ultimately killed her.
Yup. You're doing great. I'm glad to hear that. I love Danganronpa. It's an excellent game. Hey, Tonamo, what's up? How you doing today? Yeah, you'd figure being the ultimate soldier should be pretty good at dodging bullets. Hey guys, dang it, I have like something in my eye that's really bothering me. And I'm not sure what it is. You guys ever have that happen where there's like something obviously in your eye but you can't see it? I can't tell if I got it or not, but Makuro's fatal injury has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook. Oh, which, by the way, I'd like to point out how many different places there are those wounds. Also, Gungnir. If your stream's freezing, then it is either on Twitch's end or your ISP, because I have 0 drop frames. I would recommend either lowering your quality or going to your settings and turning off low latency. That usually fixes that. Hey Metal, what's up? How are you doing today?
But if that's what killed her, then does that mean she's really been dead for who knows how long?
I know how long she's been dead, and yeah, she's been dead that long.
That's exactly what it means. When we found her body in the garden, she'd already been dead for several days.
So then, what about the little matter of what happened last night? Makoto, you said you were attacked in your room by a masked assailant.
Yeah?
If Mukuro had already been dead for several days, certainly it couldn't have been her. So who was it that attacked you?
A good question. I mean, it had to have been the mastermind.
I got it! The one who attacked me was the true mastermind. When we discovered Mukuro in the garden wearing the same mask, I naturally assumed she must have been the one who attacked me. But I was wrong. It wasn't her at all. It was the mastermind.
What are you laughing at? Oh, don't mind me. I'm just getting a little impatient sitting here listening.
You're getting
I think
impatient.
I'm gonna jump in.
Monokuma's getting impatient.
Let's start off with a nice, easy question.
Okay.
Your assumption that I attacked Makoto is just that, right? An assumption. You can't really know who was under that mask, can you? I mean, that's the whole point of a mask. The true identity of the masked attacker is Mukuro Ikusaba. At least, that's what I think.
Why exactly do you feel like you get a say in this, Monokuma?
Do you have any evidence that might convince me otherwise?
There's no way Mukuro was the one that attacked me. Even if I didn't see their face. Mukuro had a very obvious Finru tattoo. Comparing that to the masked attacker, it should be obvious. Okay, Monokuma file number 5.
You never saw their face, right?
I'm literally
So you
fighting
can't have
Monokuma
any
over this.
idea who was under that mask. I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
You're wrong. Even without seeing their face, there is another part of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? And what is this other part? Is it the right hand? Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot. Or perhaps the left foot.
Oh, okay. I think we have to pick which one.
You never saw their face,
Okay.
right? So you can't have any idea.
I'm telling you now, you're wrong. There's another part of the...
Oh? Is it the right hand or the left hand? Maybe the right
That's actually
foot.
really clever.
Or perhaps the left foot. Or could it be the hips?
The hips! Can we get some barred butts in chat?
You never saw their face, right? So you can't have any idea who is under that mask.
Monokuma's hips don't lie.
Mukuro
Frick.
Ikusaba.
Oh, I forgot there's two of them.
There's another part of the...
Oh? Is it the right hand or the left hand?
I'm really bad at pushing buttons today.
You never saw it. So you can't have... I'm telling you now, you're wrong. There's another part of the...
Oh? Is it the right hand or the left hand? Maybe the right foot.
Or perhaps... Or could it be... the hip? You never saw their... So you can't have any...
I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
No!
You're wrong. Even without seeing their
Why
face,
are you doing
there's
this to me,
another part
brain?
of the attacker we can use to prove it wasn't her.
Oh? Is it the... Or the left hand? Maybe the right foot.
Or perhaps... Or
I would blame my
could be
controller, but it's me and my
the
brain.
hips.
You never saw their face, so you can't have any... I'm telling you now, it was Mukuro Ikusaba.
No, that's wrong! I just like hearing a chipmunk version of Monokuma saying his hips, okay?
If I remember correctly.
I'm on tonight because Monokuma's hips don't lie and he's starting to feel it right. I can't focus! Monokuma's hips are there! Objection indeed.
A representation of Fenrir. In other words, a wolf tattoo. But I saw the right hand of the person who attacked me. And there was no such tattoo. So there's no way the person behind the mask was Mukuro.
Yeah, well, okay. You got me. I guess it wasn't her. But that still doesn't prove that it was me. It could have been, you know, someone else, right?
Hiro, Toko,
Actually,
Hina,
no.
and I all have solid alibis for that entire night.
Yeah! We were in the gym tearing you apart, so it could have been any of us.
Oh, okay, sure. It couldn't have been any of you. But what about Kyoko? It totally could have been her.
Except for she saved me. And also she wears gloves.
Uh-oh, no snappy comeback. Did I score a bullseye?
Kyoko wears gloves.
If you insist, I don't mind showing you.
Huh? Show me what?
What do you think? I'll show you the one thing that proves beyond a shadow of a doubt it wasn't me.
Is she gonna take off her gloves? Is she taking off the kid gloves? Before anyone could say anything. Kyoko was removing her gloves.
Your hands!
Without thinking, I let out a gasp. It was more than just a little burned skin.
Awful, isn't it? It happened when I was first learning to be a detective. I was inexperienced.
I thought you didn't want anyone to see those scars.
If it means we get another step closer to unmasking the mastermind, it doesn't really bother me.
Kyoko seemed to savor the words as she said them. Then she put her gloves back on.
My scars should suffice as proof.
Yeah, that's what I thought, is that Kyoko had burned her hands somehow.
Makoto, did the person who attacked you have scars like mine?
Nope.
No, not at all. I'm positive.
Then this much has been made clear. There can be no doubt that the one who attacked Makoto is the true mastermind.
Yep.
This is just awful.
Is it?
On top of my secret being revealed, I had to look at those positively grotesque scars of yours.
You're a jerk, Monokuma.
Sorry. Did I say that out loud? I do hope I didn't hurt your feelings.
You're a jerk.
Not at all. You can say whatever you want.
Sure, as long as it means pushing me farther into the corner, right? But I'm not cornered just yet. Because if you haven't noticed, the circumstances surrounding Mukuro's death are totally unknown.
That's true. All we know right now is she was killed a good while before this morning.
I know what it is.
On the contrary, we don't know anything other than that.
What?
You're not going to tell us she was already dead before we arrived here or something, are you?
In that regard, you have nothing to worry about. I promise you, without a doubt, she died after our little killing game began here.
Oh, she did. She sure did.
Then somehow she was killed in secret without any of us knowing.
No, you're wrong.
And after she died, who knows how much time went by before we found her, right?
No, you're wrong.
The culprit stash her somewhere? She couldn't have been in the garden the whole time, could she?
No, you're wrong.
She was. She would have been totally decomposed. Just like your brain.
Actually, Toko, you're right, except for she was somewhere else.
Then she was being stored somewhere?
But to hide a body here, to just store it somewhere?
There's only one place. I can't think of anywhere else a body could have been stored but the biolab.
Mukuro's body was probably kept hidden in the biolab.
Biolab? You mean on the 5th floor?
That's right. It's actually set up for use as a morgue. So it's the perfect place to hide a body. And it'd keep the body preserved at the same time.
True story.
Then you're also saying the body was moved from the biolab to the garden.
Uh-huh.
And I have no doubt that that's exactly what happened. In fact, I have proof.
Proof! The proof that shows the body was carried from the biolab to the garden. There's something that made its way from the biolab to the garden, and that is this top.
I got it!
I got it!
What makes me so sure the body was carried from the biolab to the garden is the tarp that we found in the garden.
Heckin' yeah. Also, we haven't saved. And I feel it's going to be very imperative to save during this trial.
When I was checking it over again, I noticed that some text had been stamped on one corner of the tarp.
Oh, it says biolab.
Holy cow! How'd you notice that tiny little thing?
I used my eyes.
Makoto's nitpicky nature seems to have surfaced with perfect timing.
I used my eyes, hero!
This proves that the tarp originally came from the biolab. In fact, there's a whole stack of tarps just like it in there.
So when the killer moved the body to the garden, they must have grabbed a tarp to wrap it in. Then they simply left it as it was to protect against the sprinklers, and put the coat on it afterwards.
Wow, you made everything sound so amazingly consistent.
That's just a wild guess. Where's your evidence? Prove that the body was wrapped in a tarp and moved.
There is no evidence. I was simply explaining what I think happened. But you seem to be getting pretty worked up about it, wouldn't you say?
Ba-bum, ba-bum, ba-bum.
Worked up?
Now that the conversation has turned to the topic of the biolab, you must be getting pretty nervous. Because the key to uncovering your secret identity is hidden within that room, isn't it?
You talking about unmasking the mastermind?
You see, the biolab contained an inconsistency. One so major it can't be overlooked.
An inconsistency in the biolab? Could you be talking about?
La, la, I can't hear you. La 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 la.
Monokuma! Are you suddenly 6 years old? La 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 la. I can't hear you telling the truth. La 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 la. That's not the truth. La la la.
Such a child. Oh well, just ignore him.
I need to pull myself together and think. The inconsistency in the biolab, could you be talking about?
By the way, Makoto, what about that one thing?
What one thing?
No, Makoto, don't take the bait.
What do you think I'm talking about? Your family.
No, that has nothing to do with this. What? No, 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 Makoto? No, no! Stay strong, Makoto.
Don't tell me you forgot about that video message. So what do you think? Are you sure your family's still okay?
Why are you bringing that up now?
Your mom, your dad, your little sister. What do you think has happened to your family?
That has nothing to do with this.
Are they really as safe as you might have assumed?
Stop talking about that!
Calm down, Makoto. He wants you to get upset.
I need to calm down. I can't let him get to me. He's just saying that because he knows we're getting close to the truth of the biolab. So if I want to shut him up, I need to expose the inconsistency and slam him with it. The inconsistency has to be that one area where the numbers just don't match up. The moment of truth!
Are
Okay.
you sure that...
I'm gonna remind myself how to play this. Okay.
What are you even talking about? Are you sure about this? That's impossible! What? What do you want? Are you sure about this? Proof! 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 Are you sure about this? Proof! 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 Are you sure about this? That's impossible! I'm not listening!
Oh, shoot.
Are you sure about this?
Are you serious? Ah. That sucks. Of course they're gonna do that on the final one.
I'm not listening!
It's the light.
This should prove it.
They didn't say they were gonna do that this time.
Hyoko's talking about is the lights.
Okay, hang on. Since we... I'm gonna make multiple saves. Since we passed that part.
What are you talking about? What about the lights?
You know, the fact that, there's 9 lights.
Like I said before, the biolab also acts as a morgue.
Uh-huh.
And as part of that, a giant refrigerator was installed in there. That's where everyone who's died is stored.
And it was set up so that when a slot had a body in it, a blue light would turn off.
In other words, if the blue light is on, that means there's a body in that slot.
Yup.
But I counted up the number of blue lights that were on, including the one Mukuro was in.
How many lights were there, Makoto?
And there were only 9.
Only 9, you say? Intriguing!
Why does that matter? You gotta give me the bite-sized version here, man.
Hero wants the TLDR. There should be 10 lights.
10 of the lights should have been on. Any other number is incredibly suspicious.
You heard it, folks. Any number but 10 is incredibly suspicious.
Suspicious? Why? That's simple. Just recall who's died here so far, and it should become clear.
Okay, Kyoko, let's review. Kyutaka Ishimaru, dead. That's 1. Sayaka, 2. Leon, 3. Hifumi, 4. Chihiro, 5. Junko, 6. Manjo, 7. Sakura, 8. And finally 9, Celeste. Yet, supposedly, another student is dead. So why aren't there 10 lights? The key to solving this mystery. Sayaka died first. Junko was second. Leon was third. Chihiro was 4th. Mondo was 5th. Taka was 6th. Hifumi was 7th. Celeste was 8th. Sakura was 9th. And victim number 10 was Mukuro.
So 10 people in all?
That's right. Any other number should make you immediately suspicious. But according to the lights in the biolab, only 9 people were being stored there.
Yep.
You're saying a dead body just up and disappeared?
I got it! The mastermind destroyed one of the bodies to get rid of evidence.
No.
But if they wanted to do that, they would have destroyed Mukuro's body, since they actually killed her.
Ding.
And yet, her body was left alone.
Ding, 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 ding.
Then, whose body disappeared?
Let's find out.
It may very well be that none of them disappeared.
Why is that, Kyoko?
And if that's true, then why doesn't the body count match?
Including Monokuma's executions, there have apparently been 10 deaths, but there were only 9 bodies. That's the point I'm trying to make.
I'm completely lost. How can the number of victims be less than the number of murders?
The reason there are less bodies than murders, the explanation for more murders than victims. Why is that? What would it take for that to make sense? Only 9 murders took place. You're okay, or that's...
Shoot!
That's a confusing way of stating things! Danganronpa, that's silly.
I got it! What about if the same person was killed twice?
You can't be killed twice! That's a stupid way of putting that! Why? The phrasing makes no sense! I guess, but I'm like, generally, generally you're going to assume the idea of being killed twice doesn't make sense. Whatever.
Killed twice?
Officially, 10 murders have been committed so far. But one of the victims may have been murdered, and then murdered again.
Murdered and murdered again?
If that's the case, there could have been 10 killings, but still only 9 victims, right?
Okay.
Technically, you're right, I guess. But still, something like that.
Could easily have happened. No, it is what happened.
Sounds like you're already convinced. Then can you tell us who was killed twice?
It was Mukuro, of course.
Well, I mean, sort
Before
of.
she was killed as Mukuro Ikusaba, she was killed as someone else.
And that's why the body had to be stored in the biolab until the moment we found it in the garden.
Uh-huh.
No, that's crazy talk. She was killed as someone else? Come on!
Really? That's crazy talk. You know, Monokuma, I would like to introduce you to one character in particular who had long red fingernails, just like that body that you said was Mukuro Ikusaba's. I think you guys would get along if you like fashion.
Besides, who could that someone else even have been?
All you have to do is look at those bodily injuries of hers, and that will become obvious.
Nothing's gonna become obvious. Because Kyoko's totally delusional.
No, she's not. Monokuma file number 5.
Who is this someone else that Mukuro was killed as? Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwata?
Oh, you can actually get it while that's...
Mando Owada? Kiyotaka Ishimaru? Hifumi Yamada? Celestia Lou, whatever.
Whatever.
Or maybe Sakura Ogami? No. There's no way anyone was murdered twice.
Wasn't there someone else? I'm like, oh geez, I wonder who got murdered by injuries all over their body.
Someone else that Mukuro was killed as. Was it Sayaka Maizono? Junko Enoshima? Leon Kuwachi? Hira Mando? Kiyotaki Fumi? Celestial? Or maybe... No. There's no way anyone was murdered.
No, that's wrong!
Junko!
I'm about to fucking prove it!
Wasn't her fatal injury pretty
That's
similar
right!
to Mukuro's?
That's right! Come at me!
What do you mean?
I guessed this 10 hours ago! Come at me!
Well, remember what happened to her? She was impaled by a bunch of spears, all over her body.
Oh, so she has red fingernails!
And Mukuro died from a number of wounds across her body. When you compare that to the stab wounds Junko suffered...
And the similarities match?
They do!
Yes, and those are the only fatal injuries that match up. That explains why those two bodies are actually one and the same.
When two become one.
So let me see if I have this straight. Junko, or someone going by that name, was stabbed to death with multiple spears. Then her body was kept in the biolab for however long before being dragged out again. Only this time, it was presented as the corpse of one Mukuro Ikusaba.
Uh-huh.
It all matches up, right? those wounds Junko suffered could easily be these same injuries.
It's really true? Mukuro and Junko are the same person?
Yep.
Wait, so then... What does it all mean?
What does it mean? Wow, my notebook really did go flying completely back this direction. I still need you.
It means that there haven't been 10 victims, but 9.
Anyway, so that's what I was trying to say. There have only been nine victims. Thank you.
Which also means that among the people we thought were dead, one is still alive.
Yep,
And that's the true identity of the mastermind?
probably.
Who is it? Who's behind all this?
We already know the answer to that. It's Mukuro. She's still alive. She took Junko's body and made it look like she was the one who died.
I mean, that was my theory.
So Mukuro is
But
still alive.
I feel like considering Toko's bringing it up, this probably isn't right.
A little silence? Then I must be right. I'm right, aren't I?
All right, let's hear it, Monokuma. What's the twist? Surprise me, Bear Senpai. Mukuro alive? The one that's still alive is Mukuro, but can we really believe that? No, there's no way. There's no way Mukuro Ikusaba is still alive. Okay, we better save. Oh boy. Ooh, we're getting to the intense music. Mukuro's fatal injury. Monokuma file number 5. Mukuro Ikusaba's profile.
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
For that to be true, then that couldn't have been her body we found in the garden. Is that really possible?
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
This is also confusing wording. I mean, we have...
The body we
I think it's gonna be in her profile because Kyoko
It wasn't
proves...
Mukuro.
Then she's still alive?
That's right.
I think I know
She
the
made it look
answer.
like
I think it's
Junko's
this.
body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
It's not that?
Shoot. The body we
Because her
found
profile
in the
would
garden.
say... Because
It wasn't.
Kyoko proved that the profile... Kyoko said, look at this. By the way, I'm just thinking this out loud. I don't want any hints. But where did it go? Mukuro equals... Look, it says Kyoko has confirmed that the corpse matches these characteristics. So that's... I'm trying to figure out what it like... Makoto's wording of what it is we're trying to prove is actually really confusing. The file says the victim's identity was unknown. They were dead before the blast. What's the other thing?
Then she's still alive?
I guess the fatal injury?
That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
This is really confusing.
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro. Then she's still alive? That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
Okay, it's not that.
Shoot!
The body we found in the garden. It wasn't Mukuro. Then she's still alive? That's right. She made it look like Junko's body was her. So the mastermind's true identity is Mukuro.
What do you say, Monokuma? Do you give up?
Wait. Hey, chat. Did I fire at Toko saying the thing about Mastermind, or did I fire at her saying it wasn't Mukuro? Ah! That's why.
The body we
I hit
found
the
in
wrong
garden.
one.
It wasn't Mukuro.
No, that's wrong.
That's wrong. Thank you, guys. That's why. I fired at the wrong one that Toko
The body we
said.
found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of.
I haven't gotten any game overs yet, Cartman. Yet. Although now we're at half a heart, so I'm kind of terrified. The body we found in the garden was Mukuro. That's one thing we can be sure of.
The body's appearance and measurements are consistent with her records.
See, that's what I found weird.
Right, Kyoko?
She was 5 foot 6 inches tall and weighed 97 pounds. Her vitals were 31, 21, 32. Everything in her profile is consistent with that corpse.
And then there's the matter of the Fenrir tattoo. So there's no question it's her.
But if Mukuro's not the mastermind, then who's actually still alive?
Someone's made it look like they died, but they're actually still alive. There's only one person it could be.
Here's my answer. Junko is still alive. It's the only possibility.
Sometimes you gotta go conspiracy.
Are you sure about that?
Huh?
I admit, since Mukuro is undoubtedly dead, Junko does seem to be the only other explanation. But we saw her get impaled. She died right before our very eyes.
I mean, unless that was actually Mukuro the entire time, which would make sense that she had the exact same injuries, and it was her body size, and she has the fingernails. So, for some reason, Mukuro Ikusaba was posing as Junko. which makes me think they were working together.
If Junko were still alive, the death we saw would had to have been some kind of charade. But you yourself confirmed she was dead, did you not?
Now that you mention it, I gently placed my hand on Junko's lifeless body. I touched her wrist to check for a pulse like they do in movies and stuff, but she really is dead. There wasn't anything else to say. She was gone. I did check, absolutely, and I can say for sure.
She was dead. There's no question. Junko was dead.
So, the idea that she's still alive.
It must be wrong.
Then you're withdrawing your previous statement?
I know you gave it your best shot, but too bad. I guess your conclusion was a dud. Too bad, too bad.
This case hasn't been decided just yet.
Oh?
You haven't given up already, have you, Makoto?
Help! Help! Huh?
No, of course not. There's no way I'd give up that easy.
That's all well and good, but how do you intend to solve the problem standing in your way? Junko absolutely died. Mukuro absolutely died.
But they have the same...
Then both of them are dead, right? There can't be any kind of survivor story.
I think we need to look at this from the opposite direction.
Huh? The opposite direction?
Let's
mean back
assume
instead of
Junko
front?
is still alive. If so, how could she have survived?
How could Junko have survived? I checked her. She was dead, I'm sure of it. But still, if she were alive somehow, could it be that Junko's not the one that died? It wasn't Junko, but someone else entirely. Maybe she used some sort of trick. Hangman's Gambit. Okay. Replay. Replaced.
Now I understand. That's it. What if she switched places with someone else?
The old switcheroo.
Switch places?
That's right. Before the spears could kill her, she got someone to take her place. Specifically, Mukuro Ikusaba.
Then that would make it Mukuro's corpse that showed up later.
Yup.
Which is why the body's height and weight and everything match Mukuro's profile, right?
I don't know anything about this switching places thing, but that had to be Junko who got stabbed to death, right?
You don't know that. We didn't. None of us actually knew her beforehand because the amnesia.
Yeah, you're saying they switched?
You know what?
When could they even have done that?
That explains exactly why Junko's face was not in any of those photos. Because Monokuma was covering up the fact that that was never Junko. It was always Mukuro Ikusaba. Junko looks completely different.
Right when
It was literally never her.
Like she used some kind of ninja replacement technique?
Good point. There's just no way they could have switched like that. So maybe the whole idea is wrong.
There has to be some way. I need to figure out how to explain how they switched at the beginning, of course.
The two of them may have switched places from the very beginning.
I'm getting very paranoid, so I'm going to save again.
What? From the beginning?
Yes, from the moment we first met.
Yup.
If that's when they switched, then they wouldn't have had to switch at the moment of death, right? After all, the one we saw at that point would have already been Mukuro.
Yup. We just didn't know it.
Hold on. So, you're saying the Junko we first met was actually Mukuro all along?
Yup.
Then we'd already met her?
I had like a normal conversation with her.
Yup.
When we first met, none of us knew who anyone else was. So Mukuro could have simply told us her name was Junko.
Uh-huh. And we'd believe her because amnesia.
And we never would have known the difference. That would easily allow the two of them to switch places from the very beginning.
Wait, but Mukuro had a tattoo on the back of her hand, right? Junko never had any tattoo like that, did she?
She could have hidden it with foundation or something like that.
It's called makeup.
If she did, it likely melted away in the explosion, exposing the tattoo after the body was extinguished. Plus, there were the fake nails found on the hands of Mukuro's body.
Ding! Ding, 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 ding. Thank you, Kyoko. I've been waiting for someone to bring up the fake nails this entire time. I've been waiting. I was gonna be so mad if no one brought up the fake nails.
They were the same fake red nails she was wearing when we all met for the first time.
Yup.
But if she really did use foundation...
Correct. Even if there was no tattoo on her hand, I couldn't say for certain it wasn't Mukuro. So I'm glad nobody noticed that glaring hole when we were trying to figure out who attacked Makoto. But too bad for you, Monokuma. You can't deny it anymore.
Snap.
Wait, so this whole thing was a setup from the very beginning?
Yup.
If that's true, it was quite an elaborate plan to be sure, making it look like Mukuro was Junko.
The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is because the two of them were working together.
Okay, excuse me. The reason such an elaborate plan was possible is the two of them were working together. What was the other part of my crazy conspiracy? That's right! That's right!
So Mukuro, the ultimate despair, teamed up with someone like her. In other words, it would be fair to say that Junko herself was also the ultimate despair.
Because there are two of them, and pretty much if you were the ultimate despair, would death really be much of a price to pay for the whole universe to realize that despair is better than hope? Not really. Despair! Despair. It's true. It's not crazy if it's true. Also, despair. Oh, look at Monokuma over there.
What's wrong? lost the will to fight back.
What you got for us now, Bear?
I think he's just afraid.
Afraid? What's that mean, afraid?
It means when you're shaking in your non-existent boots because you don't have any boots because you won't let me out of this damn school to buy any boots, okay? I need a sweet pair of boots.
Fear is only possible where hope is possible. I only have despair, so fear is an alien concept to me.
Aliens!
Then why haven't you been saying anything?
Because it's a bunch of nonsense. Junko's my secret identity? As if.
Then why did you try and protect Junko's real identity?
I tried to protect her identity? When did I do that?
I mean, technically, Monokuma didn't try to protect Junko's real identity. Monokuma just kind of didn't say anything because, we all assumed Junko was Junko. So, of course, why would Monokuma tell us otherwise? Monokuma didn't have to hide Junko not being Junko because we just believed that Junko was Junko. It was easy. So, he still refuses to admit it, but he can try to deceive us all he wants. It doesn't matter, because I've already figured it out. He tried to hide Junko's identity, and not just once, but twice. Got me. The first time was during our latest investigation. Perhaps the group photo will know. What? That is...
Shoot!
Are you serious? That literally is it! Her face is entirely hidden! The only other thing I can think of is the interview DVD because he didn't let us watch it all the way through. It's gotta be the DVD then.
I got it! While I was in the AV room, watching the DVD of our interviews with the headmaster.
I'm just getting ahead of Monokuma, that's the problem. We're not dead? Oh my gosh! Have a little faith in me! Good gravy bones! Ouch! It wasn't just the monitor, the DVD player itself had apparently turned off. Which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened? Oopsie! Looks like it broke! Out of service! It just so happened to break just now? Now then, when doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right?
You made sure I couldn't finish watching the video. And the reason you did that is because you didn't want me to see the real Junko, did you?
Oh, yeah! If everyone was in that video, of course Junko would have had to show up.
Yep.
And if Makoto saw the real Junko,
Then of course that would have been blown wide open.
it would have been totally obvious that the Junko we met was an imposter.
That whole power outage thing was just a fluke!
No, it wasn't. It wasn't a fluke. The mastermind definitely orchestrated that power outage. And that's not the only time they tried to hide Junko's identity. The mastermind tried to cover up one other piece of evidence. I've got to reveal that. Oh my gosh, I have a heart for this.
What do you want?
Oh boy, I can't look at that right now. I'm really sorry. Whoever that is, you Spoonie Bar, thank you so much for subscribing.
Riled up. That's impossible. That's impossible.
This should prove it.
This should prove it.
The video wasn't the only thing you tried to cover up. You did the same thing with this group photo.
See, I was ahead of the curve. I tried to pick the photo too early. Sorry, I was having a slight panic attack because if we messed that up, then we died. Thank you, the Blackest Maid 13, for subscribing. Welcome in, my friend. Grab your crystal white and join us in our quest for fun. I appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Okay, now that I'm not having a panic attack.
Uh-oh.
Ruh-roh.
I noticed it just a little while ago, when we were all comparing the photos we got. In all the photos, there's a certain similarity, an unusual circumstance.
What's so unusual about them?
The unusual circumstance common to all these pictures is the fact that Junko's face is covered up in every single one of them. I don't know why on earth Monokuma wouldn't think we would notice this. It's
I got it!
free half heart,
Junko's
I'll take
face. The one thing common to every single photo is that you can't see her face.
it. Bam. Also, I love the photo of them in the pool because Sakura is just punching a giant fish.
It's hard to believe her face would just happen to be hidden in every single picture, don't you think?
Yeah.
And on top of that, in this photo, you can see that Mukuro is clearly visible. So in other words, at that point, the two of them hadn't switched yet. With all that in mind, there's no doubt that the girl whose face is hidden here is the real Junko.
I'm really tempted to take Junko's hair and put it on that other girl's body.
Which is why you had to have pictures that didn't show her face. Because if we could have seen her face, then it would have clearly revealed that the Junko in the pictures wasn't the Junko that we knew.
Bum bum bum.
Xanadu!
Xanadu!
I believe everything Makoto said is true. Junko and Mukuro switched places before we met either of them.
So she killed Mukuro, who had taken her place, making it look like she'd died.
Yep.
And the real Junko
The real Junko.
is still alive.
Still alive.
And she's the one behind this whole murderous situation. This killing game. She's the true mastermind and the ultimate despair.
I gotta say, waifu number 2 being the ultimate despair is... It's pretty rough. Thank you for the 100 bits, Spice Cast. I appreciate it. That's rough, buddy. My girlfriend turned into the ultimate despair. That's rough, buddy. I suppose so. I suppose so.
Xanadu times 2!
Xanadu times 2!
With this, the identity and the crimes of the mastermind have been exposed.
No, wait! Hold on!
Hold on, hold
Don't
on.
bother trying to deny it. There's no more room for debate. You don't have anywhere left to run.
No, you don't.
Xanadu times 2.
I'm gonna save again out of paranoia. Toys Cast, thank you for the 100 bits.
I'll prove everything. Right now.
Well, technically, Kyoko is best girl. Oh, snap. Ooh, I'm glad I saved. It's comic book time. Ba, ba, ba. What was the identity of the ultimate fashionista who I met in the main hall? Yeah, she stops on Monokuma, gets impaled. Act 3. Where did the mastermind keep Makuro's body? Wait, is this right? Well, okay, that doesn't make sense in the context. Hang on. What? I'll come back to that one. Attacked with a knife. When the masked mastermind attacked me, who was it that stopped them? It was Kyoko. That's confusing as to what... Mastermind fled my room. Okay. This, yeah. Okay, this comic's like extra confusing. I think it's like this. What did the mastermind do with the mask after they took it off? They put it on that body. What was the condition of the dead body when I found it first in the garden? This. Yeah, and then she starts to take off the mask. Mastermind uses the bomb. Couldn't identify the mysterious body because it had gotten blown up. Okay, so... I mean, this is where they kept it, so... Of course I can't save here. We'll see.
Here's
Hopefully
exactly
this is
what
it.
happened. We met the ultimate fashionista, Junko and Oshima, right after we all arrived here. But that wasn't the real Junko. The girl we saw before us was actually the 16th student who had taken Junko's place.
True story. It was not Junko.
And that girl's name was Mukuro Ikusama. But it wasn't long before she died at the hands of Monokuma. In other words, the mastermind, Junko Enoshima. Her body was kept in a biolab, which had been converted into a morgue. Until Junko decided to put her body to use. Junko dragged the body out of the biolab, using the tarp to carry her to the garden.
Oh, I see. That's why I got confused. This is actually Junko dragging the body out to the garden.
She fabricated the murder to try and frame Kyoko, who proved to be one big thorn in her side.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, she wanted us all to think Mukuro was still alive and hiding somewhere inside the school.
Phew! Okay, I got the order right.
And then attacked me.
I was trying to figure out what looked more like Kyoko walking in on this and what more looked like the masked assailant running out. That was what confused me, Guran, was not the order, because I know manga is read from right to left. It was that there were a couple of options that looked very similar, and so I was trying to distinguish what went in the right box. They were very close, so I was trying to figure out what they actually were doing there, which is why I was reading the descriptions really close. After making sure I'd gotten a good look at the mask, she left the room.
Then she put the same mask on Mukuro's body.
Yup.
This was all to make us think the person who attacked me and the corpse were one and the same. She wanted us to believe the murder had only recently taken place. Finally, by strapping a bomb to the body, she was able to destroy any remaining evidence. She needed to hide the body's true identity. She had to make sure we didn't find out it was actually the same person we'd met in the beginning. This is the truth behind Mukuro's murder, and the one who carried it all out is the true mastermind. The one controlling Monokuma. The real Junko Enoshima!
Bomb, 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 bomb!
That's the whole story behind this incident. Well, what do you have to say to that?
What you got to say, Monokuma? I say as I panically save again. Dot, 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 dot. Dot, 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 dot. Sorry, let me read out exactly how many dots. Dot, 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 dot.
What? Are you broken again?
You can't get out of this, so don't even try.
Dot, dot, dot.
Come on! It's time you finally revealed yourself!
Dot, dot, dot.
It's not like you're an endangered species or something. How long do you plan to keep hiding?
Dot, dot, dot.
Give it up, Junko. The game's over.
Dot, dot, dot.
Over?
Did you really think the story would end once we reached the climax of the case?
No! Because I don't trust you, Monokuma! That's why I saved!
Wrong! There's still plenty more to go!
Wait, where are you going? Junko Enoshima, the ultimate despair, who has both halves of Monokuma.
We have been waiting so very long for peasants like you to appear.
Okay. Well, everyone, meet the real Junko Inoshima. Who's wearing a queen's crown?
If you swear your fealty to us, we will reward you with half of the entire world!
Oh, okay. She's gonna plead. Oh. Oh, hey, Bards! It's that good old-fashioned. The antagonist is cornered and they're gonna offer us half the world as long as we pledge fealty to them, and we're gonna say, no! You suck.
We've even drawn up the deed already. We will grant you honor, status, in some of our home cooking.
Well, you know, I don't really care about the honor and the status, but actually, is your cooking pretty good? Because I've been stuck in here for a while and my cooking's not great and I could really use a good home-cooked meal. Do you make cookies, Junko? Give me the deets.
Have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
Oh my god, we actually get to pick! Oh man! Ooh, that's a tough choice. I did save. I'm sorry, but Junko, okay, here's the thing. Junko wasn't really specific about whether or not that was good home cooking. It could all be burnt spaghetti. I don't want no burnt spaghetti. Think about what would happen if we said okay, and we didn't want anything but a good home-cooked meal, and she gave us burnt spaghetti! Unacceptable! I deny you and your burnt spaghetti, Junko Inoshima!
Oh,
No thanks.
Did you think I was being serious? Sorry, I was just messing with you.
Are you sure that you weren't messing with me because you actually were hoping I would say yes? Not my waifu! Also, ooh, I wonder if Junko has two personalities.
It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
This is the mastermind? She's the real Junko Inoshima.
Anyway, looks like I've finally been set free. Having to play Monokuma all the time, day after day. It was like I was stuck in purgatory. Or like a slow suicide. I get bored so easy, you know?
That explains why Monokuma kept saying they were bored all the time.
Your face!
Huh? What about my face? What's wrong with my beautiful face? People have told me I'm cuter than 100 chihuahuas combined.
I feel like this isn't the first time I've seen you.
Oh my gosh. I do remember seeing it. I'm sure I've seen her too somewhere. No.
Shoot!
No, I don't think that's true. I don't... I don't know the answer to this, so I guess we're dead. That literally made no sense to me. That made no sense to me! Can I just... And they won't let me reload it. Fine. Up yours, Junko.
Danganronpa.
Okay, we'll just reload the game that we had.
What? You couldn't get up, did you?
Oh yeah, also that's totally the thumbnail for the Danganronpa streams.
We have been waiting. Have you made your choice?
No, I already said that. I mostly got confused because she looks like Kyoko. So I thought maybe that was her in the photo in the headmaster's room. And then I was like, I have absolutely no idea.
That's right. It was before I ever came to this school. I remember seeing a magazine cover. And you were on it.
Oh. See, how am I supposed to remember that? That was 40 hours ago. That was 40 hours ago.
Wow, you have a pretty good memory. I guess that's why you've made it this far, huh?
So I was right.
I did take notes of everything. How was I supposed to take note of that? I saw a magazine with a girl's face on it. Is that... How am I supposed to write down a note for... I saw a magazine! It had a woman's face on it!
Then what you told me in the main hall when this all began...
I've seen her on tons of magazine covers, but I feel like that doesn't quite match up to reality. I mean, I do remember that, now that they bring it up. Oh, are you talking about my cover photos and junk? Well, of course! Those are totally photoshopped. Photoshopped? Yeah, you know, edited to hell and back with, like, computers and junk. Oh, so they aren't real.
Sometimes a little lie is necessary to keep things moving along. Wouldn't you agree?
I mean, I guess for the purpose of continuing this game, yes.
That explains why she didn't quite seem the same. Because she was a different person all along.
I'm me. And Mukuro is Mukuro. She tried her best. But there's just no way she could have passed as the ultimate fashionista. Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist.
Two people can never become one as long as the walls of mind and body exist. That's weird. She said as Monokuma once, if you try to split something, it can't be split.
Not even if they're twins.
Twins?
I know, it's such a cliche, right? I'm almost embarrassed to admit it. So basically, Mukuro and I had your stereotypical twin relationship.
Two halves. Here's my crummy Monokuma drawing.
The older sister, tough and proud. That was Mukuro. The younger sister, smart and cute. That was...
Me! Junko fucking Enoshima! And together, we were the Despair Sisters, aka the Ultimate Despair!
She's a totally different person now.
Like I said, I get bored easy as hell. I even get fucking bored with myself.
Okay.
But if you're twins, why do you have different last names? Oh, that again? You have any idea how many times people ask me that shit?
I mean, it could be that you had different dads.
Maybe it's new to your dumb ass, but it bores me to tears. Answering the same questions over and over? Just make up whatever answer you want.
Or they just made up their own last names.
The truth's fucking lame anyway.
It's honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Junko had a different last name because she's a model.
But if she was your twin, that means you killed your own sister?
And for reasons deeper and darker than the ocean. Ha! As if.
Well, I suppose I'd better explain.
What? She changed her hair! And she got glasses! This girl's crazier than I am!
For my plan to work, someone had to be able to control the killing game from behind the scenes. The so-called mastermind had to operate Monokuma, keep an eye on everyone, things like that. But after looking at the situation, I determined it would be impossible for Mukuro to perform such duties. Because naturally, she turned out to be the letdown of the family.
Wow, really? She turned out to be the letdown? Wait, what a nice thing to say about your own sister.
Leaving me behind to run off and join some band of mercenaries. Such a disappointment.
So basically, you killed her for some kind of weird revenge?
So, I decided to play the role of director and have her join the rest of you in your school life. I could have let her work alongside me, but she would have been useless to me that way. Besides, 15 students seemed like a solid number to start with. Of course, the fact that she was the ultimate soldier posed something of a problem. She had what I call the 3 atrocities. Atrociously rank, atrociously filthy, atrociously repulsive.
Okay.
It was atrociously clear just how out of touch she was with the rest of society. Meanwhile, my ultimate fashionista status has an undeniable appeal that I didn't want to go to waste.
Okay.
And that's why you switched identities?
Sadly, her inability to match my personality was even greater than I'd calculated. It was a lost cause. She was nothing more than a bit player, an extra unworthy of lines.
That's a really mean thing to say about your sister.
Being the utter disappointment that she was, anyone would have expected her to get killed off right away. Which is precisely why I killed her, to meet everyone's expectations.
That can't be your only reason, can it?
Well, no, of course not. I also did it to avoid becoming bored.
Of course. Because, you know, boredom sucks.
I've never been a stickler for following the plan to the letter, you know?
Oh my goodness, golly gee gosh, Junko! Tell me all about it.
If I planned everything out and knew just what was gonna happen, that'd be so boring.
So boring! And who likes being bored? I Junko. Don't let us get bored, Junko.
So, I changed things just a bit and decided to use Mukuro to make a little point.
Ha, get it? A little point. She died to like 7 points.
In other words, Mukuro's death was a one-sided, premeditated act of betrayal.
Betrayal!
Just as I suspected. When Mukuro was killed, she must have been as surprised as anybody else.
This wasn't supposed to. Why me?
So, you figured it out?
I love how her hair changes too. It's perfect.
Well, you're right. There's no way Mukuro could have pulled off such a convincing performance.
Tee-hee!
But she did teach you all a very valuable lesson, don't you think?
What's that?
How can you talk like that? You sacrificed your own sister. How does that not even bother you?
Because she's the ultimate despair and she doesn't care about anything, Makoto.
What? I sacrificed her? That's what's got you so hot under the collar? Jeez, misunderstandings sure are scary.
They sure... Misunderstandings sure are scary.
We were the ultimate despair, you know? So we never had any kind of hope or expectations. Nope. I felt despair as long as I can remember. Like I never should have been born at all.
Well, that's a terrible circumstance.
When I was born, I cried tears of total despair. So that's why for us, it's not a big deal whether we die or kill. We're just those kinds of people. We can do anything.
That's actually really sad.
We've always been filled with despair. So when we do something, we go all the way and live without regret. So you just murdered your own sister and didn't think anything of it? That's not true at all.
Whoa! Okay, we're back to emo Junko. Wait, why does she have mushrooms on her head now?
We were twins. How could I not be sad? That's why it gets me so excited. Killing my precious sister with my own 2 hands. That act is filled with so much despair. You can't help but put a super in front of it.
Okay.
It's like super, 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 super despair. No, more than that. Super, 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 super despair.
Okay, sorry. So that was super, 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 super despair. That's a lot.
It just feels so good.
What the hell is wrong with you?
And my sister, too. In that moment of death, I think she must have felt that despair.
Probably, considering her own sister betrayed her. I imagine that was probably a lot of despair.
After all, to be murdered by your own sister, and only as an example to someone else, she must have died feeling such excruciating hopelessness. I'm so jealous of her. Super jealous.
I knew you couldn't be just some ordinary person. You're some kind of abnormality.
Turning your own despair into some kind of fetish. Abnormality doesn't even begin to describe it.
Like, Genocide Jill is crazy for sure, but this is a whole nother level of nuts!
Yeah?
You're saying I don't compare to some lowly beast that can only kill the weak, right? So I'm hopelessly attractive, hopelessly brilliant, hopelessly athletic. I'm the hopelessly perfect ultimate human.
I don't think that's what any of us are saying, Junko.
No. I don't think there's anything perfect about anything you just said.
I actually agree with Byakuya.
Yeah, Master's way more perfect. Because on top of everything else, he's got that noble blood.
Don't you mean had that noble blood?
What did you just say? What do you mean by that?
You still haven't figured that part out yet? Man, you guys are so slow!
Oh, how lovely! We get Monokuma now. La 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 no, I don't. I think Junko doesn't have DID. She's just bored. She likes switching voices. It's like how I do voices for characters in video games. She does that in real life because she gets bored of acting one way.
You haven't even solved all the mysteries, and yet here you are, yapping away!
Are you talking about our memories?
You've already solved this mystery, right? I'm the killer! So how about the next one?
That's actually a really good point. Hang on, did that save as... Okay.
Maybe you should solve the riddle of your missing memories. Then you can start floating.
I mean, Junko's got a point. We did say that we would prove the truth of all the mysteries of the school, and we have not done all of them yet.
Damn straight. That's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to solve all these mysteries. And then we'll have our victory.
I can't wait.
All right, then let's just get straight to the point. What memories did you steal from us?
She's not gonna just tell us.
When the group pictures were taken, and those interviews, it must mean... I got it! It must have something to do with our entrance exams.
No fair! At least give us a hint!
Your brains are like sponges, all drippy and leaky. I already gave you a hint before.
You
all
did?
the memories you lost share something in common with a few other things. Do you recall?
Thinking back to what Monokuma's told us, the memories that were stolen from us and what they must be related to. Well, she mentioned the motives. Yeah, the motives Monokuma came up with.
Got it. You're talking about the motives you provided to try and get us to kill each other, right?
So you do remember after all. Well, I would hope you wouldn't forget something so important. It was stupid of me to even ask. I apologize from the bottom of my heart for my bad manners.
Junko apologized. Huh. Junko apologized.
So then, let me ask you another question. Did you notice that each motive I presented you had a specific theme to it?
Theme?
Well... Theme?
Yep, you got it. So that's my question to you all. When Sayaka was murdered, what was the theme of the motive I presented?
The theme for the motive Monokuma gave us for the first murder, Monokuma gave us those DVDs. On my DVD was footage of my family. On Sayaka's was her and her friends. They had a dream they all shared. So for the first murder, the motive we were given was... human connections.
I got it! The driving force behind the motive you presented us with at that point was human connections.
Ding, ding, ding. You got it. Remember those DVDs I gave you guys?
Yeah, I remember the DVDs. Who are you saying doesn't have a heart, Nep Nep? I mean, Junko has a heart. She's just not using it. She has to physically have a heart because that's how she's alive? But she doesn't have any empathy.
Each video showed the total destruction of your most important relationships. For example, your family. For example, your friends. I ruined all those relationships and showed you the results. It was to motivate your desire to escape and kickstart your urge to kill. But still, what a cruel thing to do.
You state that so nonchalantly.
You're the one that did it!
Yes, well, I'm perfectly happy to accept your disapproval.
Okay! Time for the next question! So, what was the theme for the second motive?
Second motive. For the second murder, the motive's theme was... That's when we got those weird envelopes from Monokuma. Mine mentioned how he used to wet the bed, so the theme was... past.
I got it! It was our past, right?
Yay! Makoto got it right again! That time, the theme was... embarrassing memories and secrets! Yeah! Yeah! And the whole reason Mondo did what he did was to protect his secret.
So, how long do you plan on dragging this out?
Relax, relax. Okay, on to the next question. So, what was the motive for the third murder?
The theme for the third murder was... The reason Celeste turned to murder was she wanted to buy a European castle and live there with a bunch of handsome men. So that time, the motive for murder was... I mean... greed, I guess? That's probably the closest thing from that list.
Greed.
Seek and destroy! Hell yeah, you got it again!
Seek and destroy! No, 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 no!
Goddamn straight it was money! Celeste killed Hifumi and Taka for a little personal gain. Her greed led to all kinds of death and destruction.
What's the point of all this? Why are you making us go through this case by case?
Don't worry, sweet cheeks. Just one more to go.
Oh my god, she called us sweet cheeks. I'm both creeped out and really intrigued by Junko.
Now, can you tell me the motive behind crazy-ass Sakura's crazy-ass death?
The motive in the case of Sakura's death was... What was it that made Sakura decide to kill herself? It had to do with Monokuma exposing Sakura's secret, so the theme of the motive in the fourth case was... betrayal.
I got it! In her case, it was betrayal.
Precisely. You see...
Precisely.
Once I revealed Sakura's betrayal, that led to everything that came afterwards. Anyway, it looks like you answered all of my questions correctly. How painfully delightful.
Ooh, I answered them all correct.
But what's the point? What meaning is there in asking those questions now?
Oh yeah, well I saw Shala mention that too, that she was looking forward to seeing me play through the end of Danganronpa since day one because I immediately said Junko is my favorite character. So I'm like, do I have like a sixth sense for crazy interesting people? And I mean crazy and interesting, not just crazy interesting.
Relationships? Secrets? Money? Betrayal? These are all pretty standard motives,
That's right. The most normal of normal. Totally middle of the road.
Look at the mod team just. Okay, so hey, Kafka, I want you and the mod team to figure out who's who in Junko's personalities. Sakura technically betrayed all of us freakers, specifically Aoi, specifically Hina, because she was the spy, so she felt like she had betrayed her friends. All the Danganronpa fans would think Junko in the beginning is just barred evil. Exactly, like D&D alignment, but instead Junko's personalities.
But of course, those aren't the only motives that exist in this world. In fact, there are as many reasons to kill as there are people on Earth. They compel humans to kill each other, bringing despair to the world. This is what we refer to as the seed of despair.
The seed of despair! Yes!
Seed of despair?
Yes, I do. I love Sakura. I hesitate to call her third best ED writer. I almost feel like Sakura's too good for this game, so she's just above everyone else.
Just as water, air, and food promote growth in living things, the seed of despair also needs nourishment. And that nourishment is hope. Despair can grow only in the presence of hope.
I mean, she's not wrong. That's kind of like, you know what? You know what? That's kind of like, what she said earlier. If you try to split something that can't be split. And I thought out loud about this and how light and dark can't be split because without darkness, there can't be light, and without light, there can't be darkness. Same thing with hope and despair.
Two sides of the same coin, divided by a razor-thin line. Such is hope and despair.
Mm-hmm. I mean, and also the thing is, Ryu, like, Junko doing all these different voices is almost kind of like saying to me, I mean, people are complicated anyway. Like, that's like how sometimes, you know, I tend to play like RPGs and I like cute things and I wear my hair in pigtails. So when I tell people that I like things like Silent Hill and Resident Evil, sometimes people get really surprised. And that's just because people are complicated things, and you know, we can be multiple things and like a bunch of different things that don't necessarily all have to do with each other. So it kind of makes sense that Junko would be like, I'm bored, I'm just gonna like be all of myself.
How much longer is this stupid speech of yours? Weren't we discussing our missing memories? Why are you trying to change the subject?
If you would listen, you would see I'm not changing the subject. We are discussing your memories. What I'm trying to say is, the seed of despair is closely tied to your own memories.
How so?
You see, by taking away your memories, I gave you hope.
Oh, no.
Of course, that hope merely existed to be consumed by despair.
How could taking away someone's memories give them hope?
And plus, you haven't given us any hope anyway!
Is that so? All you've been able to think about during your time here is how to escape, right?
Yeah?
The mere fact that that's what you want proves I gave you hope.
What are you talking about?
If none of you wanted to escape this school, the killings never would have taken place. That is why we took your memories, so that you would have the desire to leave.
Yup. Okay, tell me why. I have a funny feeling about this, Junko, but tell me what it is that we don't remember that is the reason why we would have agreed to potentially stay here forever.
The only reason we want to leave is because you took our memories. Is that what you're saying?
Correctamundo!
Which means if we did have our memories, then we wouldn't want to leave. Do I understand that right?
What? Why the hell would having our memories make us not want to leave?
A most troubling thought, isn't it?
Yeah, that's pretty troubling.
But it's not enough. I want more distress, more despair. I put so much effort into creating hope in order to feed your despair and make it grow. So, just like Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you, let me give you a hint.
Wait. Wait. Hey, chat, where do I know Crazy Eddie from? Where do I know that from? Is that from Futurama? Or is that... Wait, Brave Little Toaster? I don't know why this reference is somewhere in my mind, and I don't know where it is. Okay. So it's Brave Little Toaster, and then Futurama also does a reference to Brave Little Toaster. But according to Iramark, Crazy Eddie's was a furniture chain in the 70s and 80s on the East Coast. Their commercials were so over the top that they were memes. So I wonder if that's where Family Guy got the wacky waving arm inflatable flailing tube man Emporium commercial from. Wow. I like how that particular reference has sunk itself into so many different pieces of media that I knew it without knowing that I knew it. That's really cool. Sorry, I got really sidetracked because that was gonna bother me. Thank you guys. Wow. Crazy Eddie slashing his prices and passing the savings on to you.
Huh? Really? Then hurry up and tell us. Okie dokie. Like they say, seeing is believing. I'd like for you to see the outside world.
Oh boy, this is what I'm worried about. The outside world?
You mean the world beyond the school walls?
So something really did happen out there.
Now are you interested in what I have to say? You wanna see what's out there? I wanna see too. See your faces sink into despair.
Yay!
Now then, open sesame! Behold, the world beyond the school walls! This is the outside world you've all been so anxious to claw your way back into.
No way! You're lying! The entire world is not covered in Monokumas! I call bullshit! Hey guys! Dot dot dot! 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 Dot dot! What's up? Dot dot dot! Dot dot dot! Dot dot dot! Dot dot dot!
Dangerous. The world has grown so very dangerous. That's what this means.
What are you talking about? None of this makes any sense!
What am I looking at?
This is a scene from a movie or something, right?
What you just saw, all of you should recognize it.
We should recognize it? What about it should we recognize? This whole thing is insane.
That world is locked away within the memories that were taken from you. If you can't remember, please just try. Do your best to try and recall.
Better kick your brain in the ass, because it's up to that gray lump whether you live or die.
Cool, now I'm nervous. Everything in this game makes me so anxious!
I don't remember ain't a fucking excuse no more, because now it's time
Oh gosh!
for the final class trial!
Wait, what? This is the final class trial! We've been in it the whole time! Genocide Jack's memory.
Come on, bitches!
Photo of Kyoko and
Remember
Headmaster
or
group
die.
photo.
What the fuck happened outside?
You want us to remember or whatever, but when it comes to that crazy, confusing video you showed us, I don't understand a damn thing!
What's the meaning of the footage we saw? Is this another one of your practical jokes?
I mean, you're telling us to remember, but what am I supposed to be remembering? Nobody can remember anything.
No! That's wrong! That's wrong! There is someone who can remember.
She might remember.
Because somebody here has a different memory than somebody else.
Who might remember?
Oh no, Toko! Why don't you sneeze a little and find out? Achoo!
The other token, Genocide Jack. The two of them share certain kinds of knowledge, but their memories aren't linked, right?
I see. If their memories are separate, then even if one personality's forgotten, there's a chance the other may still have those memories.
A chance that I'm betting on.
What do you say, Toko?
Are you telling me to swap places with her?
Yes, please! Genocide Jill! Hey, chat! Who do we want? Genocide Jill! When do we want her? Now! Give me Genocide Jill!
No! Absolutely not! That'd be like forfeiting my entire identity!
Genocide Jill! Genocide Jill! Genocide
Toko,
Jill!
You're the only one we can rely on now.
Oh good, she listened to Byakuya.
Da-da-da-da! It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer!
Oh my god! Nope! This is the best line in Danganronpa. Dun-da-da! It's me, your friendly neighborhood serial killer!
Boy, she just gave in like it was nothing.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want to have it answered immediately.
Okay.
Do you know anything about this video?
Huh? What video?
What video?
The video that's playing right now.
Yeah, the video on the wall.
Who the hell are you?
Oh, I'm the mastermind.
Oh, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Genocide Jill is so polite.
That's enough! Just look at the stupid screen!
Aye, aye, Roger, you got it, Captain.
Yeah, check out this video of all the people with the Monokuma heads and stuff. Oh, look, another dot, dot, dot. Hey, Freya. No, that's totally how it works. You can be a friendly neighborhood serial killer. I mean, Genocide Jill is proof of that. We share the same hairstyle. She's got to be trustworthy.
Well, does it look familiar?
I don't have all the details, but... Of course it does!
Then you remember all the stuff it's showing?
Of course I do!
I mean, see, you would say, it would be easy to say, why didn't Genocide Jill tell us all about this? But you know what? We never asked. We never asked.
So you didn't lose your memory after all.
Then why didn't you say something earlier?
Jury says...
I only answer questions when someone bothers to ask me. I'm the quiet type, you know?
Survey says, I only answer questions when somebody bothers to ask me. Oh, sorry, the music. Yeah, it's behind the xylophone. See? I told you. We didn't ask her. Who gave her scissors? She made those. She crafted them lovingly with her own 2 hands, Malik. Those are her murder scissors. Also, hi.
Oh my god, she's the worst liar in the world.
More importantly, if you really do remember, what is it?
Huh? What's the matter, Master? Do you really not remember the tragedy?
No, that's why we're asking you.
Tragedy?
The tragedy happened 1 year ago and closed down the school.
Oh no! You seriously forgot? Maybe I can help you remember with a kiss.
Okay, Joe, let's not get sidetracked.
Just answer the question. What happened out there?
Well, I can't really say if it happened or if it's still happening, but it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
Yeah, that's it. What?
Why is that phrase coming up now?
Because it's all because of that event. What is? Are you serious? I'm talking about the way the world is now.
Is now?
The world's been destroyed, get it?
Destroyed?
Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know.
That really sucks.
Copy that, darling. Okay, so this big, awful, tragic event, they started just calling it the tragedy, happened about a year ago.
Yes, I know that part.
It was so big and so bad that even this murderous fiend went pale at the sight of it.
So the tragedy is so horrible that a genocidal maniac went pale at the sight of it. Great! So good! Golly gee!
I guess you could say what happened was man-made. But it was more on the level of a worldwide natural disaster. Either way, there's no doubt that it was the biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
So what was it?
As a result, in basically no time flat, the world turned out the way it did, and that's that.
Tell me what it was! Genocide Joe, what happened?
That's all there is to
Please.
it? Come on! There wasn't a single concrete description in there!
Well, it just so happens I don't know any of the specifics.
Shoot! Shoot!
Miss Moreau saw it all play out in real time, so why don't you ask her?
Wait.
We already did, and she didn't know anything. That's why we're asking you.
Okay, so yeah, I guess, all right, Toko's like the rest of us. Okay, so Genocide Jill knew what happened, but she didn't see the specifics because Toko was the one who was around.
I couldn't live up to Master's expectations! To die! This is the true tragedy!
okay. That's enough of your little lover's quarrel. Whatever happened, it doesn't matter at this exact point in time, right? The end justifies the means. Everything serves the outcome. In other words, the world has ended. That's the important thing.
That sucks!
But how can the world just end? It's the world!
I still want to know what's with that giant flower. Also, there are some students that died in the tragedy. We know that too. So that must have been what happened in that section of the classroom, like we thought.
Calm down. It's okay. There's no need to panic. Every living person will be dead in 100 years anyway, so the world ending isn't that big a deal.
Thanks! Thank you, Junko! Well, everybody, it's okay! Every living person is gonna be dead in 100 years anyway, so what does it matter if the world ends? Yay! Let's all go home.
Oh, come on. Now you're just being ridiculous.
Well, as long as we're being ridiculous, I have another ridiculous story to tell you.
Please do! I would love to hear another ridiculous story.
It's the story of the Togami Corporation, which has given Byakuya's life all its meaning.
Ah! Really?
What? What did you say?
What's that about Byakuya's family?
I'm glad to see you took the bait.
Yes! Yes! Tear Byakuya apart! I don't care, it's the end of the world. We don't like him anyway. He's been a jerk the whole game. He was rude to every single person that died and rude to every single person that's here living.
You bit into it like a middle-aged secretary at an all-you-can-eat cake buffet.
Oh my gosh! That's so mean! Junko, take that back.
Hey, so, what do you think happened to the Togami family?
The Togami family fell. The Togami family fell. Hey there, chat. It looks like the Togami family fell.
Correct. Well done, peasant.
But I didn't say anything yet.
I just got so fucking bored waiting, I couldn't help it. Even if you're wrong, eventually you'll figure it out, right? Till then, you're just going in circles.
So, no matter what you pick, you get the right answer. Pretty innovative, don't you think?
No.
Do you think it might be a disease? Getting bored so easy, I mean. Do you think I might be sick?
Nah, you're fine.
Anyway, like I was saying, Byakuya's entire lineage has been totally annihilated.
Yay!
What? What the hell are you talking about?
Ooh, well. Looks like the despair's coming over Byakuya tonight.
I can confirm that his entire family has died. Even the distant relatives. The Togami name has perished.
That's rough, buddy.
Stop with these idiotic jokes.
That's rough, buddy.
Sob? And said with such authority. A peasant would dare challenge us? The avatar of divine punishment? You must learn your place, peasant. You are no longer the ultimate affluent progeny.
Ooh. Taking away his title? What is he the ultimate now?
They couldn't possibly be gone. The Togami family is destined to guide the world.
Hell, there is no world anymore, remember? It got fucked a full year ago.
Sucker Junko is my favorite.
Hold on. That doesn't make any sense.
Huh? I don't make sense.
There's no way that happened a year ago.
I mean, it did though. Why would she lie?
I mean, we only came to this school a few weeks ago. If some kind of world-ending event happened a year ago,
I'm not sure that's true, Makoto.
then how do you explain the totally normal world we were living in up till then?
About that, Makoto.
Have you considered the possibility that you're mistaken about that?
I mean, we're kind of missing our memories about the world going to shit anyway. It's really not a long stretch to come up with the idea that those are false memories about us coming to school a few weeks ago and the world being a happy, normal place.
Mistaken?
Well, if I'm understanding you right...
Though granted, it makes sense that Makoto wouldn't want to accept such a horrible thing. Emotionally, it makes sense.
It sounds like you think the tragedy happened a year before you arrived here.
Well, yeah. I mean, like he said, we just got here a few weeks ago.
A few weeks ago? Ooh, I get it. You're saying that what happened 2 years ago actually happened more recently, right?
Wait, what?
Huh? 2 years ago?
Well, I mean, you guys all started attending Hope's Peak Academy 2 years ago.
Okay. So we were at Hope's Peak Academy for a year, and then the tragedy happened? Is that what you're saying? 2 years ago? What is that?
What the hell is this chick trying to say?
I understand why you'd have trouble accepting it, but in the end, you can't deny the truth. And the truth is, everything is cause and effect. Deny that, and you may as well give yourself up to God. So, you must surely understand all the hints I've given you so far, right?
Surely! Surely we must understand!
What are the memories I took from you?
Come now, answer us. Answer with all your heart and soul.
All our heart and soul, you say?
How are we supposed to answer?
I just don't know what's going on anymore.
Still, we have to answer somehow. If we don't, everything ends right here. The memories that were stolen from us. If what Junko says is true, if we first came here 2 years ago, but the rest of us only remember getting here within the last few weeks or so. So the memories she took from us is our entire life at Hope's Peak.
I got it! If we accept that what you say is true, then we've all lost our memories of the last 2 years after coming to this school.
Nope. No. I mean, no matter what anyone says,
Another correct answer. Well done, peasant.
Thanks, although my name's not Peasant.
Seriously? This routine again?
We've lost 2 years worth of memories?
That's rough, buddy!
That's right. You've already spent 2 full years here at Hope's Peak Academy.
Oh my gosh, look at Hero! Hero's completely destroyed right now. Can we get some F's in the chat for Hero's brain? Also, thank you for stopping by Singing Dream Live. I appreciate it. Yeah, sorry, at this point, if you haven't seen Danganronpa, you're gonna be very confused. Poor Hero.
And that entire period of time is precisely what you've forgotten.
I don't remember the last 2 years of my life. That's not possible!
I want to think that too. I don't want to believe it, but that's nothing but our desire. I don't want to believe. I want it to be impossible. But if it's the truth, then we have to accept it. Locker notebook, headmaster's e-handbook, photo of Kyoko and headmaster, group photo, okay.
2 years worth of memories. I could never lose something like that.
We've been living here for 2 years? Hell no! That's an...
Hang on. I mean, there's the pocketbook.
I mean, I haven't gone to any awesome school events or anything!
Okay, I'm gonna go with the,
I've never even gone to a single class!
No, that's wrong! That's what it is. Hey, hero!
There's something I'd like you to take a look at.
I've got a notebook. It's got your name on it.
This notebook right here.
Huh? Hey, why's my name written on it?
Because you were here for 2 years and you've been taking classes.
I found it in the locker room on the 2nd floor. If you don't mind, could you take a look inside?
Sure, whatever you want. But I've never seen this notebook before in my life.
Take a look at my notebook. It's got everything we got. Ba-da-da-da. It's got your name on it. That's how I know it's yours that I've got. Ba-da-da-da. I tried. There's not enough words. Oh, hey, more da 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 da.
Is something wrong?
Yes, I think everything is wrong, and Hiro is failing to actually think of anything anymore.
It's kinda similar. No, even more than that. This is absolutely my handwriting, without a doubt!
Yep.
But how is this? I don't remember ever writing in this thing!
Well, we have amnesia, so that explains it.
No, no way!
Look at this notebook!
It looks like you actually did attend class here at Hope's Peak. But somehow, you forgot all about it.
Lies! It's all one big lie!
I don't want to believe it either. But there's also no explanation for this pocketbook.
And whose pocketbook is that?
It's mine. And the handwriting inside is also mine. There's no doubt about it.
Yep.
But just like Hiro, I have no memory of ever writing in it.
And the reason for that is the 2 years of missing memories?
Yeah? I mean, that definitely explains that entire 2nd floor.
After seeing all the evidence, do you have any choice but to acknowledge the truth?
Isn't it just so desperately dark? The mystery's solved, but it's like a goddamn funeral in here. Shit, man, I've never been to a funeral. Hell yes!
Oh my gosh! Okay, Rocker Junko is now excited about a funeral. That's terrifying.
2 years of school life. How many moments of blossoming youth have you missed out on? How many fun classes? How many school events? This was your chance to build lasting friendships, right?
I mean, high school's not the only time in your life to have fun and build lasting friendships, so it's really not that big of a deal.
And on top of that, something tragically sad happened 1 year ago.
See, the tragically sad thing, that's really the downer.
The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. Right before everyone's eyes, the world came crashing down. You absorbed all that despair, but then you forgot it all. And once you'd forgotten, you made the choice to subject yourself to this killing game.
Yep, that's exactly what happened. Say it! I want to write my chocolate all day. Say it, thank you for resub subbing for 2 months in a row. Welcome back. I hope you continue to enjoy joining us in our quest for fun. Or, in this case, our quest for not despair. Have a good night, Curses. Thanks for joining us. You sleep well. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm like, we forgot. So, sure, we made the choice to subject ourselves to this killing game, but that's because you altered our memories so that it seemed like that was all we had and the life outside was normal and worth killing for.
Oh, and there's one other thing. To be even more precise, the memories you all lost were...
Actually, never mind. I'm bored. Explaining stuff is boring.
Hey! No! You explain!
What?
We are bored of this world.
Okay?
Everyone always talks big, declaring all the great things they'll do. But then they always fizzle out. This world is just so desperately fucking boring!
What are you talking about?
So what do you plan on doing now?
In a way, I'm jealous of all of you. To give yourself over so completely to such stimulating despair.
Yeah, so figure out the rest for yourselves! I'm sick of expositioning all this shit!
Figure out what?
Figure out where your memories come apart. That's at the heart of all of this.
Figure out where our memories come apart. Okay. Where do our memories come apart? Where our memories come apart. Is she talking about the moment where we must have lost our memories? I can only think of one time. Just after I set foot in the main hall for the first time, and that was... when I fainted.
The moment I lost my memories. I can't think of any time other than that day.
I do remember us fainting.
When I first came to the gates of this school and stepped foot in the main hall. When I passed out, I was overcome with a strange sensation.
Wow, you still have enough spirit to keep on talking, huh?
Yes.
So I don't know much about the details, but it seems like everyone remembers passing out, right? And your sense of time got all messed up because of the memory loss after that?
Yep.
I guess it must have been something like that.
After I passed out, I woke up in a classroom with my head on a desk.
Uh-huh.
I assumed not much time had passed since I'd collapsed in the main hall.
But instead, 2 whole years had gone by.
Wait, what?
The reason it felt so short was because our memories of the time in between had been completely removed.
You got it, honey. 2 years of memories? Poof, gone. Which means, of course...
When everyone met for the first time, it wasn't actually for the first time. Unaware of this fact, you took the time to introduce yourselves to each other, but
by that point, we'd already spent 2 years together at the school. That's what those photos reveal, isn't it?
Yep, that's what they reveal. You were all such close friends. You spent 2 years together, and then you started killing each other.
I mean, when you put it that way, that's really messed up.
And it was all so you could escape into a world that's already been annihilated.
Oh my gosh. Think about if someone had actually gotten away with murder. Think of if someone had gotten away with murder and everyone else was executed and they walked out into the real world and discovered that. I mean, because ultimately that's what Junko wanted. is to prolong this game as long as possible and then have someone actually succeed at murder so that they could have that ultimate reveal. Which is just horrible.
What a terribly tragic tale. Even if you left now, there's nothing you could do to fix it.
You're the one who set things up to be like this.
I love you all so much.
What?
Once your school life here began, I thought about you constantly. It's only natural that I would fall in love. So, since I love you guys so much, I'll tell you all about it!
Okay. I'm just gonna hide behind my notebook. Oh god, can Junko see me through my camera?
All about the idea we came up with as the ultimate despair! Our plan to bring despair to all mankind!
Just Junko. I'm just gonna hide. The ultimate despair. All mankind?
Let's go back in time 2 years, okay? Back to when everyone first came to this school. School life during that first year overflowed with hope and happiness.
Yep.
Oh boy, it was just the worst! Everyone was enjoying themselves so much! You were all having the time of your lives!
But that couldn't last forever, of course. The peacefulness only made it through that first year. Because after that, an event unfolded that hammered a soul-crushing despair into all of humanity. The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history. The tragedy.
Yeah, are you gonna tell me what it was or not?
All too soon, the world's days of peace came to a bloody end. And as you can imagine, the school was no exception. The tragedy even made its way here, leading to the extermination of most of the students.
Yeah.
What are you?
That explains that classroom that we found.
What do you mean?
The most tragic event in human history, and the ultimate despair that caused it. I can't believe it's all because of just you and Mukuro. Was it some kind of organization? An angry mob? An incredibly motivated family?
You have a point. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was none of those. How can I put it? It was more of an ideological thing. Despair is contagious, you know. It's almost like a natural phenomenon. Everyone is capable of it. And now the entire world has fallen into despair.
In other words, if you see despair as the enemy, then your enemy is the world itself.
I just don't understand why.
We didn't ask you to try to understand. This was a tangent anyway, unrelated to the matter at hand.
That was a tangent? Okay.
Okay, so let's get back to the story. Hope's Peak had taken so much damage. You guys were the only survivors.
And I'm guessing that that's when the headmaster asked if we would be okay staying here forever.
The members of the 78th class of Hope's Peak Academy were the only ones left. And then, something super neat happened! Now pay attention, because this is important, and I'm only gonna say it once!
Unless I save my game and I make you say it over and over again. But sure.
So guess what? To protect everyone who had survived, Hope's Peak was transformed into a shelter!
Uh-huh.
That's right. It was transformed into a shelter.
Also, you said you were only gonna say it once and you said it twice.
I said it twice.
You said it twice, Junko! You're a liar!
Now, someone was responsible for that transformation, for creating what would eventually become your prison.
Uh-huh. And I think we know who that is.
Do any of you know who that might have been?
Ooh, pick me, Junko! The one who turned Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolated us here. The headmaster.
I got it! It could only have been the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy.
Yup. That's what it is. You wish she'd tell us about the 16th student lady? Damn it, John. She did, though. We solved that one. We even found Sayaka. All right, Heavenly Wave, have a great night. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate it. Oh, I don't plan on taking a break till the trial's over. I'm good. I'm okay.
He wanted to turn the school into a shelter to try and protect us. To protect us from the despair and tragedy taking place outside. That's why he asked us to make that promise. To say that we were willing to live in this school forever.
Yup.
We believe he had something like that in mind, yes. If you, the collective hope of a new generation, could survive, maybe the world could have a fresh start.
Yeah, the headmaster put that much faith in you.
And because we had that same hope, that's why we all agreed to live here forever.
But creating the shelter was also his single biggest mistake.
Biggest mistake? How so? I guess because the two of you were here?
It's laughable, really. He was the headmaster, but he had no idea.
No, we didn't.
He had no idea that we, the ultimate despair, had already made our way into the school. So what was supposed to be a shelter to keep you safe became a cage that made it impossible for you to escape despair. I have to say, it really helped me out a lot. It saved me a ton of time.
By the way, it was you yourselves who blocked off the windows, the doors, all the exits.
Hooray!
Under the headmaster's direction, you all went about your work like obedient little sheep.
So we put all of that on there.
You mean we trapped ourselves in here?
It would have been great if it weren't for the fact that the despair was already here.
And then you forgot all about it and started bitching about how you were trapped in here.
Yeah, because you made us forget, you jerk.
Once you'd finished building your little shelter, it was time for me and Mukuro to get to work. And thus began the killing game. Me and Mukuro had come here, spending the last 2 years waiting for that moment.
That moment where you all began killing each other served as the climax of our global despair plan.
And the only reason you survived the tragedy was so that you could be a part of it.
Okay.
You let us live, so we could go around killing each other? Is that what you're saying?
But you didn't quite succeed because some of us are still here.
Why? Why would you do that?
Because this was so much more than a simple high school death match. Rather, it was a method to hunt down and destroy every last remaining speck of hope in the world.
What are you saying?
Well, it would seem that there's a little bit left out there. A few souls unwilling to give up hope. So I thought I should show them, which is why
Well, why don't you tell me?
Sure. Sure I will, Junko. What the mastermind did to show everyone in the outside world that was... Ooh, a Hangman's Gambit! Hijack.
Now I understand. You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Sorry, that was Angry Treats. You're talking about you hijacking the airwaves, aren't you?
Uh-huh. That's exactly what I'm talking about. To show the world the murders taking place at this school, which was meant to be a symbol.
That was the
Oh,
whole
symbol
point of the
code. Sorry.
ultimate despair. When I said climax, that was what I was talking about.
I mean... It's a good plan for which one?
The world watched as you fell into despair and began to kill each other one after another. Despair is as contagious as any disease. Any hope left turns to despair.
Isn't the power of television just amazing?
Okay. That's a little too real for me. I'm just gonna move on.
By the way, since we started broadcasting, a whole bunch of people have tried to come and rescue you.
Are you serious?
But utilizing the heavy weaponry I installed around the school grounds, I had no problem expelling them.
Expelled them?
I have to thank you all. They were a relentless bunch, refusing to give up on hope and trying to force their beliefs on the world. But in the end, I was able to give them the final despair. Death.
So you just used us? To bring despair to everyone in the outside world?
Well, sure, but I also gave you a second chance at life, right? So it's like, give and take.
No, it's really not.
Give and take? You're so full of shit!
And there's a reason I chose you guys to survive when all the other students were dropping like flies. I mean, we built up 2 years of memories together. You were all my treasured classmates.
Don't you even... Don't you even...
Sorry, that's a lie. I just figured you'd despair even more when you found out a friend had betrayed you.
See? You're a liar! You don't give a shit about us, Junko! I don't believe that for a second. Like, are you kidding me? Nah! You don't care about us!
And that's the truth, which is what you wanted, right? So, does it make you feel utterly lost and hopeless? You solved the mystery, but despair at the truth, right?
Don't tell me. Did you seriously count on the possibility that we would solve your mystery?
Of course she did.
And if we did, then what?
I mean, of course he did! When... They would have had to consider us actually solving the mystery, and that unveiling itself to also be some ultimate despair.
Our final desire for creating this world of despair was so we could experience one last class trial. If you were bold enough to solve the mystery, only to discover that the truth was utterly hopeless, how would you react? What would you do?
So not only did she consider this being a possibility, she banked on us solving it.
See? Discovering the truth doesn't necessarily lead to a sense of hope.
Truth can be full of despair, too. Like right fucking now.
Truth. Full of despair. That's...
Not to mention, all those motives I talked about were totally meaningless. I mean, with the world having ended and all.
Meaningless? Then we've been murdering each other for nothing?
Pretty much.
And think about it. You chose to lock yourselves up here, then started murdering each other to get out.
Well, see, but now you're just generalizing.
We weren't just random strangers either. We were classmates. We'd spent 2 years together.
No, even I can't laugh at that.
Even Genocide Jill can't laugh at that.
We get it. We get it, okay? You're totally awesome, right? We get it already. So help us. I'll do anything. Just help me.
A peasant begging for his life? Oh, how delightful! We've never witnessed such a travesty firsthand.
Well, Hero's gone.
But I'm sorry to say, begging doesn't work on me. All I want is despair, and there's no reason for it. And since there's no reason, there's no argument against it. There's just no understanding it. No argument, no understanding. What better definition of ultimate despair could there be?
Wait, hold on. You've just been going on about whatever you feel like, but there's no real reason for us to believe anything you have to say.
Whoa! She got very serious.
Huh?
You say the world's fallen apart, but I haven't seen it for myself. So I don't acknowledge it. I don't accept it as the truth.
That's dangerous, Makoto.
Until you see it with your own eyes. Truth and falsehood overlap one another. In other words, you're not unlike Schrodinger's cat right now. Is that what you're saying?
Hey! Physics. Quantum physics. Schrodinger's cat.
If so, what then?
Are you saying you won't accept the truth until you can go outside and see for yourself? Well, you better not. You go out into that world and you're all gunners for sure.
Are we though?
Trust me, I'm not lying about any of this.
I mean, really, if the world is in disarray and us staying here can't fix it, then why not go outside?
Well, even if it's all true, I refuse to give in. I refuse to lose to you. For the sake of everyone you've killed.
Huh? Everyone I've killed? What are you talking about? You're the ones who killed them.
I didn't kill anyone. I simply gave you a little nudge in the right direction.
You live in the gray area a lot, don't you, Junko?
And that's all it took for you to start killing each other. You're nothing but bloodthirsty animals.
That's why anyone was murdered here, peasant.
Say what you want about hope, but we're all creatures of instinct, right? Despair comes naturally.
Hell yes! That's funny as shit!
No! This isn't just some game to us. It's murder! Plain and simple! You stole our memories. Invented reasons for us to do it. You pushed us all into a corner! It's all your fault!
You certainly have a talent for passing the buck, don't you? That must be your hope, huh? But we don't have much time left to keep up this banter. We have to draw things to a close soon.
Wait, are we on a timer? Alright, well cool. Thanks for the cue to save. Oh my, how? It's... Sorry, I thought you said the world is basically a dumpster fire anyway. Are you really in that much of a hurry?
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the vote, of course. You didn't forget about that little rule, did you?
Okay.
Oh, and also, since this will be the last vote, I decided to change the rules.
Oh, yay!
What?
You guys so full of hope, and me so full of despair. I've decided to have you vote which one will be punished. If even one of you votes to punish Hope, well then, I'll consider that a win for me, and punish everyone on the side of Hope.
Even if it's just one person?
Okay.
Oh, but don't worry, I won't be voting, of course.
Even if you don't, you still got the upper hand in all this!
It's okay. Nobody would actually vote to kill themselves, right?
Oh, let me just mention one more thing. When I win to punish you guys, you'll have to stay here till you grow old and die. No fighting, no killing. That's your punishment.
Okay, so what she's saying is we can either vote for hope or despair. If anyone votes for hope to get executed, then we all suffer. We all get punished by staying here to grow old and die. What happens if we all vote despair?
You mean we just...
We have to just live here?
She's saying she'll let us live.
If you're not happy with that, then go ahead and punish me. And make your way to the outside world.
Enter a world fallen from grace, where only despair exists, where you'd likely be dead within a day.
What are you saying? So no matter what, we're doomed.
Wait a sec. I just got hit with an inspiration bomb. Dying of old age is boring as shit, right? The audience at home isn't gonna dig that at all.
Hi, Ollie. Are you here to help me make a decision?
So, here's what'll happen. One of you will get to experience an instant, super impressive punishment. What? You can't just...
Do you mean to say you'll execute one of us?
Okay, so essentially, you'll execute one of us and everyone else will get to stay?
And I get to decide who's gonna have to suck it down.
Oh no.
Makoto, you're up. Me?
Cool! I totally wasn't worried about this at all!
Yeah, you've been acting up, causing all kinds of trouble. I hate you!
So let me make this clear. Everyone has two choices in front of them. If a single person votes for Hope to be punished, then only Makoto will receive a harsh punishment, and the rest of you will live here in peace.
So they'll be sacrificing us to live here in peace.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
What I'm saying is, if you sacrifice Makoto, the rest of you will get to live out your lives.
Sacrifice me? But that's...
What? Has
Don't you have faith in your friends?
No! That's not it!
It's okay. You're right to be afraid. It would seem all of those around you have realized the futility of going against me.
Guys?
Are you guys seriously going to execute me?
It's so beautiful. Your lovely faces, eroded by despair, have come together as one.
Besides, Yoko, you could never betray your father, could you?
What?
I mean, the headmaster's only wish was that all of you would survive, right? That's why he tried to trap you all here after all. The least you can do is try to honor your dead father's wishes.
Kyoko!
One person's despair is enough to seal your fate. Isn't that just the most hopeless outcome ever?
So, who do you think's gonna give in? Whose despair is gonna sign your death warrant?
No one. Nobody's gonna give in to despair!
I'm gonna just let you talk, Makoto.
We're not gonna lose to you!
So boring. Stubborn till the very end, huh?
I mean, yes. Yes.
Well, that's fine. Then let's just hurry up and get it over with. It's time for the final vote. Everything will come to an end. Your stupid hope.
Hope's not stupid.
And your stupid life.
And my life's not stupid either! The final vote. This is it. The ultimate confrontation. I have to show everyone. I have to make them remember. I have to convince them not to give up. To live in despair. That's not really living at all!
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy. By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab. If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die, the communal life you've all been living
I'll
will
just
come
watch
to
this
an
and see what
end.
happens.
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting. So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
There's no hope left in the world when you sleep. Oh wait, this is Junko's. There's no hope left in the world. When you sleep, it's on a bed of despair. The world's in despair. You're in despair. If I don't do something, everyone's gonna be consumed by... Oh boy, okay. We lose... Oh boy, we lose hearts. You claim there's no hope left in the world, but if despair is contagious like you say, then so is hope. I'll use my own hope to plant seeds of hope inside everyone else. Okay, so I was right.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die,
That would be the end.
Don't lose hope now.
Don't lose hope now, hero!
All my fortune-telling senses are telling me not to leave this place. To live means moving forward, right?
That's right!
So even if it's hard, even if we're scared, we don't have any choice, do we? I want to keep on living. I want to open the next door. There must be something new waiting for me. So that's why, no matter what, I need to get out of here.
That's right!
The whole fortune-telling thing doesn't matter anymore. What matters is my own gut feelings.
We won't give up.
That's right, Hero.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally cold. The only reason we're is thanks to the air purifier.
Don't lose hope now.
I've been thinking about
Come on,
all this,
Hina.
and I was thinking, at a time like this, what would Sakura do?
Sakura would tell you to stop listening to this crazy lady and come together with your friends for hope. That's what
Only
she'd
get
say.
Stronger by taking adversity by the horns. Confront that thorny path with enthusiasm.
What would Sakura do? She wouldn't give up.
That sounds like something she'd say, right? No.
She died for all of
I
us.
think that's definitely
Don't you
what she'd say.
dare! Don't you dare put despair all over her memory.
Which is why yeah! I've made up my mind.
We won't give up. As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end. By the way, the only reason is thanks to the air purifier. Say whatever you want. I've made my decision. If I die, the purifiers will. In other words, the communal life you've all been living will. Meh.
Don't lose hope now.
Don't lose hope, Genocide Jill. We need you for the future. We need you and your maniacal laughter.
I don't care either way. I'm fine with whichever one is more interesting.
Okay, I'll take it.
Actually, I may not look like it, but I always hated school. Hell, no matter how I look, still hate it. Oh, but no matter what, Master has to come along with us.
Plus, I think
won't
Genocide
give up.
Jill could probably protect us, to be
As
honest.
long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die, that would be the end. By the way, the only reason is thanks to the air. Say whatever you want. If I die, in other words, the communal life you've all been living. I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love. All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside. We're only.
Don't lose hope! Don't lose hope now, Byakuya! I may not like you, but dang it, this is not the way to die!
What's the matter? You're not actually trying to encourage me, are you?
Yes, I am!
Ridiculous.
That's right, Byakuya, it's ridiculous, and the only way you can prove that it's ridiculous is to vote to get rid of Junko!
It never even crossed my mind that I might give in to despair.
That's right, that's the Byakuya we all know and don't quite love, but we put up with anyway because he agrees with us.
But don't misunderstand me. I couldn't care in the slightest what happens to you. I just have to keep my word. I swore I would end the life of the mastermind.
It's not like I care about you or anything, Baka! It's about keeping my promise.
Besides, the Togami family isn't dead, because I'm still alive. So until I can restore the Togami family and bring it greater glory than it's ever known,
We won't give up.
That's right.
As long as there's hope, we'll never give up.
If I were to die,
It's the Danganronpa main theme!
that would be the end of Hope's Peak Academy.
I've decided to have faith in myself.
By the way, the air outside is totally polluted, you know. The only reason we're okay in here is thanks to the air purifiers in the physics lab. Say whatever you want. I've made my decision. If I die, the purifiers will screech to a halt. In other words, as soon as I die,
The communal life you've all been living
Don't care!
will come to an end.
You know why?
I can keep on living as long as I have my master's love.
All of you will have to leave. You'll have to go into the world outside, where only death and despair are waiting.
Don't care, you know
I
why?
already said I would claim the mastermind's life, by whatever means necessary.
So, what are you gonna do? Will you just die? Is that what you want?
Nope. You'll be the one to die.
I didn't really know my father, so I can't pretend to know what he was thinking. But even if we're just connected by blood, there's one thing I am sure of. He would never want us to abandon Makoto and choose to stay here. I can't explain why exactly. But if I'm sure of anything, I'm sure of that. Just because we don't actually know anything, does that mean we can't understand? Could it be that... No,
Good point.
Never mind. So, Makoto, I don't think you wound up at this school because you had good luck or bad luck. I think you came here for a different reason entirely. You came here to bring down the ultimate despair. You came here to confront despair without ever giving up.
So what does that make us, Kyoko?
And if that's true, I think we could call you the ultimate hope. What do you think?
What the?
Get dunked on!
What the hell are you?
The ultimate hope has been added to the truth bullet section of your handbook!
So uncool. Your stupid faces, the stupid things you've said, the stupid way you all treat each other. It's all so uncool, so unhip. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up!
Gee, that sounds familiar.
Lame, 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 lame!
I'm not any kind of elite anything. Hope isn't a talent you develop, but still. But I still... The moment of truth.
You suck! What do you want? So uncool! You dare to stand against us! Hope is a joke! Who are you? Your idiocy ends here. You're gross! Suffer from despair! I just love despair! You suck! What do you want? So uncool! You're unbearable! Hope is a joke! Who are you?
Would you like to die?
You're gross! Suffer from despair! Everything is pointless! Suffer from despair! I just love despair! Everything is pointless! No.
Not everything is pointless!
Despair into
Hope keeps on going. I refuse to give up. I refuse to get bored. I refuse to throw it all away. I refuse to despair. Because all I have going for me is the desire to keep moving forward.
What's going on? What's happening?
Hey, we still got an A. We still got an A! A! Oh, hey, we got some medals. I'm sure those will come in handy.
It looks like we've reached the end. I think it may be time to vote.
Time to vote!
We just gotta pull the lever, right?
Good. I'm ready to go.
Let's do this.
Let's put an end to these trials. put an end to the killing with our own hands.
Guilty! Guilty, bitch!
The hell?
Ooh, I'm sorry. Did you think that all of humanity had no hope left? Congratulations, Junko! You've won! I mean lost! Come on down! Let's give her a round of applause, everybody! She tried really hard.
Indeed.
You've lost, Junko.
I lost?
I lost? Me? No way!
Oh, that's
It can't be! You still don't accept it? Even the ultimate despair herself is vulnerable to the onslaught of despair, it would seem.
What the heck?
But there's no use trying to fight it now.
Well, that's just totally the best!
I mean, granted, she gets to experience her own ultimate despair, so I guess I can't be too weirded out if she's happy.
So this is despair.
We came to this school 2 years ago, created our incredibly detailed plan. I even killed my own sister for it.
And now
To come this far and fail at the very end.
despair.
It's the most ultimate despair. What are you talking about?
And now
Don't you see? I was hopelessly desperate. I was born in the world the moment I was born. That's why I've been looking forward to this so desperately. This once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's my first and last colossal despair here at the very moment of death. To have the chance to taste of the highest great despair. The utter failure of my own dreams.
true despair.
Oh, I'm so hopelessly happy right now.
Huh?
Wait, is she enjoying this?
Anyway,
So are you prepared to admit defeat? You think I care whether I won or lost? Either way, it doesn't change a thing. Outside is only despair. Inside is only despair. No matter where you go, despair awaits you. That's not true.
Not possible.
You're wrong. Huh?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Let me tell you this right now. We no longer fear despair.
Okay.
Because we decided to enter the outside world with hope. Yeah, Makoto totally seduced us over to his side. Everyone,
hey,
you said that despair is as contagious as any disease.
however,
But the same's true of hope. All you have to do is look at us to see how true that is. Kyoko! Stop it! Stop! I hate those faces you're making! To see those awful looks causes me nothing but pain.
There's one last thing.
Fine, just let me say one last thing. If you guys want to get all hung up on the word hope, it's new skin off my nose, but just be warned. From this point on, one despair after another will stand in your way. No matter where you run, no matter where you hide, maybe you'll find some hope. But there's a very fine line dividing that hope from bitter despair. Knowing that, you still plan to cling to your hope? Of course, because we... Shut up! That was a rhetorical question! You interrupted my monologue! I'm almost done, though, so whatever. Because it's almost punishment time, right?
it can't be.
Do you really intend to go through with this? That was the agreement, right? Hold on. It's not like I want you to die. You don't have to.
Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
What?
How many times do I have to tell you?
The act of living brings me no hope at all. All I want now is to taste that despair of death that you only get once in life, so...
Don't get in my way!
Okay. I guess if that's what she really wants.
So this is how the despair of death feels. It's so wonderful. Even a tenth of this despair, even 100th.
She's got the old crazy eyes, just saying.
I want every last soul on this planet to taste such despair. I want the entire world to die with that despair in its mouth. Okay, let's do this.
Oh man, they got spinny! Ah! Ah, they got spinny! Ah!
I've reserved an extra special punishment for last. Let's give it everything we got. It's punishment time!
It keeps getting worse! Make it stop! Congratulations, Junko has been found guilty. Time for punishment. Okay, so what's the punishment Junko has for herself? Oh gosh. Is that every punishment that you made? The ultimate punishment. The one that, yup! The burning of the... She's zen in there, in the fire! Oh, so she's, not dead? Ooh. Oh. And that's how everything came to an end. The final class trial. Junko Inoshima, the ultimate despair. Life at Hope's Peak Academy. It was all over. The end of chapter 6. Hey, we got Monokuma hair ties. We got some Monokuma hair ties, everybody. Yeah, I'd like to save, actually. That was the choice. I'm gonna save it here. I don't know, Eru, if... I don't know anymore! Who even counts as Junko? Because the Junko that we met wasn't even the real Junko! Oh, I'm sure those hair ties exist. But even after saying it was all over... It's not like the building exploded or collapsed in on itself or anything. Okay, so it's not a Capcom game. That wasn't the kind of ending waiting for us. Nothing changed. Well, with one exception. The air purifiers turned off. Just like Junko said. They shut off immediately. That was the only difference. Yeah, she wasn't a load-bearing boss. Goodbye, Despair High School! This is a whole epilogue? I hope we have time for this. There's only 13 minutes left in the stream. Man, that was a very long trial, but I mean, of course it was. It was the finale. We left the courtroom and made our way to the main hall. We stood in front of the door. Nobody made a sound. I felt almost absent-minded. This was our epilogue before the final ending. We were stuck there in limbo, unmoving, unsure, but in the end,
You'll never see it coming.
in the end, you'll never see it coming.
For you.
Somehow that was just incredibly fitting. That was really good timing. Chadrin, thank you so much for gifting out 5 subs to the community. That's super kind of you. I really appreciate that. We just love the chat. Thank you so much. Oh, it looks like some of those are resubs. So I think the counter will say 4 out of 5, but I'm gonna count it because that would be silly. Oh! Thank you, Chatter, and welcome on in to iBase for 7 months, Slayer Cat for 3 months, Guy Mockingdale, Dr. Rudy for 2 months, and Ernst. Grab your crystals of light and join us in our quest for fun. Hope you guys enjoy those emotes. Thank you for the kindness, Chadra. We can't just stand around like this forever. At some point, we need to leave. To nobody's surprise, it was Kyoko who broke the silence.
Makoto.
Makoto, would you do the honors? Okay. As if awakened by Kyoko's words, I took out the object we'd gotten. Up until the moment of her death, it had belonged to Junko. And in the end, she dropped it before us.
So,
But is that really it? Is that really the key to this door?
Indeed.
You don't have to read into what she said too much to find the answer.
If, on the other hand, you desire to see us punished, then you must all leave this place.
I will force you out, ensuring you all die horrible deaths in the outside world.
In other words,
I will force you out. She said that just before dropping that. It makes sense that it would be our way out of here.
But you never know. Maybe it's actually a switch that's gonna make the school self-destruct. I mean, Junko never specifically said that she'd let us leave alive.
it's true.
You may be right about that.
Maybe?
Yes.
But even so, it's impossible to think we wouldn't take our chances with it.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
There's nothing to worry about! If something ever happened to Master, I'd take my scissors and jam him so far up! Oh. Chew. Huh? Hey, where's the courtroom? Where's the mastermind? It's all over. We're just about to leave the school. What? Leave? We can go outside? Then that means me and Master can get married? And then he'll give me a little jewel of a baby?
That's enough.
Please stop. That would be a greater horror than anything I've encountered so far.
Anyway,
Don't worry. I have no doubt that we'll be able to leave here without a problem.
but
It's what happens after we get out that I'm worried about.
But you know, in the end, I think part of me still thinks
For serious?
maybe when we get out there, we'll see that everything she said about the world was a lie. That on the other hand, that on the other side of this door is a world as peaceful as we remember.
A lie. Peaceful as we remember. Well, no matter what it looks like, it's still our world. It's where we're meant to live.
Yeah, I guess so.
And how do I put this? Unlike this school, the world's really big, right? Since it's so big, I'm sure there must be some despair no matter what. But there also has to be lots of hope, right?
In other words,
The act of searching for hope, to try and find it. That by itself is the true meaning of hope. As long as you have that hope, you can keep moving forward no matter what trouble you may fall into.
am I wrong?
Is that what you mean, Makoto? Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it. I don't need any of you to spell that out for me. You know, Junko mentioned that there were still others out there who hadn't cast away hope just yet. Maybe I should find them and make them work for me. To rebuild the world, we must first rebuild the Togami dynasty.
I'll go with you. I'll follow you anywhere you want to go.
You got it.
Well, my first stop's gonna be the closest donut shop. I can figure out the rest from there.
Hey.
What are you gonna do if there are no more donut shops or donuts?
Okay.
I'll just get some flour and make some myself. And if there's no flour, I'll just grow some wheat.
Oh, I get it now. If there's no road, you just gotta build one. Creation. Fate is telling me to remake the world.
Could it be?
That's my hope.
How about that?
I've reached the next stage. The next chapter of Yasuhiro Hagakure's life story is about to begin.
Woo!
Thanks, Hina. You've totally opened my eyes.
Hey, personal space, buddy. You're seriously creeping me out.
Makoto.
Come on, Makoto. Even if everyone in the outside world is gone, even if the world's steeped in despair, as long as I have people like you around, I can face forward and keep moving. If we can get out there and do something, have some sort of impact. But what can we do? There's so few of us and we're so small. So what can we do? No, we can probably do anything. Yeah, we can do anything.
Well, I guess this is goodbye. And goodbye to Sakura. But hey, if we gotta say goodbye, we may as well do it with a smile on our face.
Hey guys! You guys want your fortunes told anywhere, anytime. You just let me know. I'll be there.
You know how much I hate being annoyed, but if something does come up, you may as well let me know.
Total tsundere.
I can't guarantee I'll actually bother listening, but, you know.
I don't know why, but I have a burning desire to start writing. I might be able to pull it off. A story about Master and me, and the others, I guess.
Oh boy!
I can't say I'm sorry about what happened, but still, it does feel kind of strange.
I really don't know what to say. I guess we graduated?
Yes! As we go on, we remember all the sad times. And as our lives change, we remember all the times we had together. Yes, I will pull vitamin C straight out from the early 2000s. I don't know the rap though, sorry. It looks like hope really is spreading. As long as I never give up, I have to push even harder. I'm going to keep moving forward with hope in my heart. Since I have hope, I can show courage. Since I have hope, I can move ahead. The world and move ahead. The door began to open with my hands, with our hands. Hope and despair mingled together, opening the door to the future. Oh gosh, so what's out here? Really? Wow, it's a portal to the credits! Wow, look at all those happy flowies. The ultimate despair is not getting to know. Well, now we can enjoy the credits. No one say anything. If there's more, please don't say anything. Also, Monokuma's name was in white and gray. We're gonna watch the whole credits. Also, there's a creepy sun above me. What do I think's out there? I don't know, man. I have no idea. I don't know the answer. I want to know why these alerts don't work. I don't know why sometimes my Streamlabs alerts don't function properly now. Bobby, thank you so much for gifting that sub to Julie for that community gift sub. I really appreciate that. Welcome on in, my friend. Grab your crystal light and join us in our quest for fun. And thank you so much for the kindness, Hobbit. I really appreciate it. I literally pressed the button to try to do the alert like 6 times and it wouldn't go off. Yeah, please, yeah, definitely, if you have questions that you want to be answered, whisper buddy. Just find a whisper buddy. I'm just kind of absorbing, I guess, the past 6 hours or so. I was actually a little worried that Makoto would die at the end. I mean, part of me was like, well, story-wise, if there's a Danganronpa 2, he could live, but part of me was also a little worried he would die. More importantly, where's Sayaka? There was just a picture of her. As for Danganronpa 2, because I know a lot of people have been asking me if I'll be playing it. So, raise your hand in chat if you have interest in watching me play through Danganronpa 2. I don't know what OP means, Evil Narwhal. Do you mean the anime? That's a lot of hands. No, it's a lot of hands. Have a good night, Metal. Thank you for joining us. Also, side note, thank you to all of you guys for joining us for Danganronpa tonight and for like the past couple of months as we've been playing through this. Shelly, you were saying, so like, are we like going to play it, or is there going to be a break between it, or is that up to chat? So the way SideQuest Saturday works is subscribers get to vote on a short to medium length indie or retro game. Basically, we have a SideQuest suggestion section of the Discord. I take those suggestions and I put them on a straw poll. Subs vote, and then whatever the winner is, we play that game all the way through, playing it almost every Saturday. We spent about 2 months playing Danganronpa. We had I think at least a couple of Saturdays that we had to take off from it, or we did a couple that were on Sunday, but it took us about 2 months to beat Danganronpa 1. Hang on, I wanted to see if anything was at the end. ...
Interesting. Things are getting very interesting indeed. Like I said at the beginning, I'm not a teddy bear. I am Monokuma. And I am this school's headmaster.
You received the Easter egg present! Okay, well, Monokuma's still alive. Yes, I want to save the data.
Danganronpa.
Have this egg in your time of need. You'll bring me an egg, Rodran! So, there's a few things we can do. Adorable Littens! I want to ride my chocobo all day. Adorable Litten, thank you for resubbing for 3 months in a row. Welcome back. I hope you continue to enjoy joining us in our quest for fun. I appreciate that. How are you doing today? Also, please, no spoilerinos still. Please do not direct me where to go or any spoilers or anything. I still want to just... If there's something new, I want to find it. I promise you. We have like 55 minutes left in the stream, so I'm gonna explore stuff. Something that I want to do is go back and select from the other Chapter 5 trial choices to see what happens. We can also go back and select the Chapter 6 trial question and see if that changes anything. You're doing good. I'm glad to hear that, Linton. Hey, Mouse Taco. Thanks for joining us, by the way. Thank you guys so much for hanging out today. I really appreciate it. And thank you guys for trying really hard and like keeping it blind for me. Because really, I feel like Danganronpa is one of those games where if I knew what was going to happen, it would be no fun, but because I don't, it is really fun. Let's see, so school mode, this is a what-if simulation type play mode, okay. What is that?
Thrills, chills, kills!
What? Dangan Academy! Purely prismatic souls. Purely prismatic souls. Alright, Dars, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate it. You have a wonderful night. I want to check out what this is. Also, Insane Man said we started this in July.
Crap, I fell asleep.
Oh, Vic! Oh no, it's okay! Thank you for the 250 bits. I appreciate it. The VOD will be there. I'll be highlighting the whole playthrough, so it's okay. I almost feel like I want to check out the Chapter 5 choices before we check out what school mode is. So... Wait. What happens if I load this? Wait. This is the beginning of the game. That's the headmaster! That's the headmaster that he was sending off into space! That also explains the giant hole in the school! And you know why there's spaceship debris in the trash area? And bones. Yeah. Interesting. So what is this like? Hey Chad, is this like New Game Plus then? Like you can start over with New Game Plus? Because I mean, I don't really want to do that. How do I want out of here.
What's that? You said I had the nicest butt on the block. Curviest hips in town. Bard butt.
Toyscast, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. Yep, that's, wow. Yeah, that's the headmaster. It took you a whole year to figure it out. Well, I mean, I clicked on it literally right after we beat the game Delta. That's why I realized. Okay, I'm gonna Alt F4 because I don't actually want... By the way, my Steam says we have 55 hours in this game. I don't actually want to do that. Oh yeah, no, I loaded the in-game save because I was curious what it would do. I want to check out the Chapter 5 class trial stuff real quick, which should be this one. But we haven't, I literally today, I have taken one break and it was for like 3 minutes to go to the bathroom before the trial. So I haven't actually had a real break. So I want to go get myself a snack and stretch my legs. I want to go take a break because it's been a while. Alrighty, Miri, thank you for joining us. You sleep well, have a wonderful night. Yeah, I'm gonna take, it'll probably be like a 5-minute break, because I want to check out the Chapter 5 class trial, other choices that we didn't pick, and I also want to check out the Chapter 6 one. I feel like the Chapter 6 one won't actually have much of a difference, but I want to find out anyway. So we're gonna try those out, and then hopefully we'll also have some time where we can check out what the school mode is. At least see what it is. Okay, so I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you guys again so much for joining me for Danganronpa tonight. This has been a crazy ride. We can also talk about... I also feel like we should also probably talk about the game as a whole. I still can't decide what my favorite chapter is, but so many of you guys want to see Danganronpa 2. I would like to see what happens in the continuation, so I will say that we're still gonna go with how Side Quest Saturday works, and that you'll still get to vote on what you want to see, but I'm going to put Danganronpa 2 on a straw poll with another game and let you guys pick. So if Danganronpa 2 wins, we'll play that one next, But I feel like it kind of goes against the spirit for me to just automatically say what we're gonna play next, if that makes sense. So I want to keep it in the spirit of Side Quest Saturday. But it'll go on the next poll since so many of you guys really want to see the sequel. I'll be, oh, also really quick, since I know some folks may be heading out. Also, Shadow, have a good night. Thank you so much for joining us. The way that's gonna work, we are gonna take next Saturday off from Side Quest Saturday. And then we're actually, for the last half of October, we're going to be doing Hollow Week. So, what's likely going to happen is that the vote will go on during October, probably, but we won't actually start up whatever wins on Side Quest Saturday until November the 3rd. We're gonna be starting Side Quest Saturday again on November 3rd. So it'll be about a month before we start whatever wins, because of Hollow Week, but plus, I think that'll give us a nice breather from Danganronpa 1. You feel like it's just gonna be a formality? But I can't, like, well, you know what I mean, Sako? I can't just say we're gonna play it because that feels disingenuous on my end since I made Side Quest Saturdays so that you guys could choose what I play. So I'm like, I gotta put the poll there. I haven't decided what's going to go up against Danganronpa, but I gotta put the poll there. I mean, plus, Insane Man did point out before I could be really evil and put Danganronpa 2 versus Hollow Knight. And yeah, there might be some bards that haven't really been watching Danganronpa. It's not really their thing, and I want to give them a chance to vote as well. Have a good night, Tranquilva. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, so the vote's not up yet. I don't know. I'll probably start the vote. Oh boy. I usually give a week for the vote, but we could do a little longer than that. I don't know. We'll get the vote up sometime in the next week or so. And if you're wondering if you don't want to miss out, just make sure if you're a sub, you're part of the Discord, and then you won't miss out on the vote for it. Because I'll at everybody in our announcement section with the straw poll. Not against Hollow Knights is how it would be a very hard choice. Okay, so I'll be back in about 5 minutes, so I'm gonna take a quick break. I just want to get myself a snack. Don't go too far. Thank you again for joining me. We'll be back with more Danganronpa and exploring some of the stuff we missed out on. All right, you guys, I am back. Thank you so much for waiting. Swoosh! Who's ready to check out some more decisions for Danganronpa? And I just realized that I got my fruit snacks and then I didn't actually get them, but that's okay. Hi, Ollie Squeakers. What is it, buddy? I think Ollie has decided that he is... I think Ollie's decided he's done with sitting back here, though. Yeah, we're gonna be checking out the class trial of Chapter 5 decisions that we didn't make, and we're also gonna check out the Chapter 6 class trial decision we didn't make. And then we might check out that school mode if we've got time. Hang on. Ollie has decided he would like to go study with other purge, so... Hang on. Okay. Oh, sorry, we won't have Ollie. Hey there, Zoe. It's going great. We actually finished the game just a moment ago. We finished the game and then I took a little break because I hadn't taken a break in like 4 hours. It was a very lengthy trial. You know, I almost feel like Chapter 6 wasn't even my favorite. It's a really good chapter, but I feel like some of the others might actually be my favorite. Hey, Fluffy, how are you doing today? You were sad when I made the right choice, but Chad Bacon, if there are multiple choices, I honestly, if it's within reason for me to go back, I generally go back and do the other ones. So if I pick the right thing, you don't gotta be sad. We're gonna go do it right now. We're gonna go make the quote-unquote wrong choice.
Really? Can you...
Oh yeah, shoot. I didn't save right before the decision.
Those words you just spoke.
Hey chat, I don't remember what the answer was for this. If you want to give it to me, that's fine.
I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me.
You're tired? Oh, glad to see it. I finished this behemoth of a game. I sure did.
What you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room, correct? But could I really have done that?
I think it was the locker key, if I remember right. Yeah, Kyoko gave her room key to Byakuya, right? Which would mean she didn't have it,
Those
so...
words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Hey, Lizzie,
exactly
what are you doing?
what I said. I'm not the killer. You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you aren't the culprit.
Yeah, that was it.
No, it's wrong.
And then I'll save after this so we don't have to do it a second time, because there's 2 other options.
If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get...
Okay, so system, save. Okay.
Because...
I see. And if
Then without am I wrong?
it's...
Then you're...
How do I like Junko now? I mean, define like. I mean, because, okay, here's the thing. Junko, do I like her? Like, as a person? Like, would I want to be friends with her? Probably not. Do I find her to be an inherently interesting character that I enjoyed watching? Absolutely. The mastermind's trap. Okay. This is where it is. What should I do? So, of course, the first time we picked to let it go. I think we're gonna start with seeing what happens when you choose run away for giggles. No, running away isn't gonna solve anything. Aww. Sad. Man, I was hoping there would actually be one for running away. Oh, she used to be one of my favorites, just seeing if she still is. Well, I mean, it turns out that wasn't even the real Junko, so that's extra confusing. Yeah, I do remember the wager, Neru. Yes, as long as it's not a spoiler for like a future Danganronpa, absolutely you can tell me. All right, let's see what happens when you pursue the lie.
There was a lie hidden within Kyoko's statement just now.
Also, just a reminder, please don't spoil what happens in this part for me.
A lie?
Isn't that right, Kyoko?
You said it. The burden of proof is on you. So let's hear it. Where's this lie, then?
Kyoko's definitely lying, and it must be because there's some other deeper truth she wants to keep hidden. Ah, so this is... Okay, this is Makoto basically thinking that Kyoko is a murderer. Wow, that sucks.
I didn't have the key to my room because I'd given it to Byakuya. There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
Then, when we searched Kyoko's room, how else could the key have gotten there?
Someone other than me must have put it there. That's the only explanation.
Kyoko herself told me before the trial started that she had stolen something very important from the headmaster's room.
I didn't have the key to my room because I'd given it to Byakuya. There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
Nope.
Then, when we searched Kyoko's room, how else could the key have gotten there?
Someone other than me must have put it there.
Sorry, that's not what I meant to do.
That's the only explanation.
I think we have to use the key on that.
I didn't have
Maybe
the
just...
key to my...
Because I'd given it, there's no doubt.
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
Okay, no, it's not that.
Shoot!
I didn't have the key to
You know
my
what?
room.
I actually don't remember what Kyoko's account says in this. What does her account say? Oh, okay. Kyoko's account does include that. Okay.
Because
I
I'd
couldn't
given
remember.
it to Byakuya. There's no doubt about that, right?
You are correct.
So I couldn't possibly have gotten into my room.
No, that's wrong! Yeah, I haven't checked out the
Kyoko could have
school
gotten
mode
into
yet,
her
Fluffy.
room.
I'm planning on doing that after we check out this and the other option in Chapter 6. And then I'm going to check out the school mode. I agree, Shala. Yeah, Junko's sequence is really memorable and striking, even amongst a game that has a bunch of characters with really strong personalities. And I liked the way that they played with her like that. Yeah, I mean, that's true, Rodrin. Chapter 1 really hit me hard, not because, I mean, it was easy for me to guess because in the English translation, it's really easy to see that, you know, it's Leon because of the numbers backwards. But it was the fact that Sayaka betrayed us that really definitely sets the tone for the whole game. Junko's also the name of the final boss of Touhou 15? Oh, interesting. You had known the identity of the mastermind because of a spoiler, but otherwise went in blind. You remember that in your chapter 3 and realized you could set up a clever joke? course, you didn't expect me to get the culprit right away and ended up biting the truth bullet because of it. I'm sorry!
You said so yourself, didn't you, Kyoko?
Okay, I'm gonna skip through that.
Monokuma's secret tool?
Kyoko stole it from the headmaster's room. It lets you get into any room in the school, which means she could have used it to get into her own room.
Then I guess that's it.
You're giving up just like that? You admit to killing...
No, I'm simply recognizing that I lost.
What are you talking about?
See, also, I find this interesting that the trial continues seemingly like normal.
Like I said, this was a trap, and I wasn't able to escape it, so I lost. That's all this means.
Then, are you saying you really didn't... Kyoko, you really aren't the killer?
Okay, time's up!
Huh?
I'm sorry to say, but your time is up! All done, all finished! The class trial is all over!
Man. This would have hurt so much to have picked this option first. I would have been so upset. Oh my gosh.
But that's ridiculous! Since when is there any...
I'm really glad I picked the other choice.
Because you were late, so the trial started late and time ran out! So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you! But I guess we already know who the blackened is, don't we?
Also, yes, I agree. It's really fun to hear some of Junko and Monokuma and some of Monokuma and Junko. I really like that. I think you're right, JD. I think this is the only chance you ever get an opportunity to refute Kyoko's statement. But, I mean, that's because this is really the only time... Well, no, I don't remember. There might have been another time where she was up for the target of being the murderer, but this is the only time that Makoto's trust in her would ever fail, is if you pick that option to show her lie. You were so amazed when I discovered during the first Makoto trial that the body was Junko. You started screaming? I mean, I screamed too. I screamed too. Alright, so let's see what happens then. Yep, they picked Kyoko. Oh gosh, we're gonna have to watch her murder. Good job! You got it right! Brilliantly right! We got it right? Does that mean Kyoko really is the killer, but... something strange is going on here. There's something wrong with this whole class trial. You saw someone realize it was Junko as the mastermind immediately because the Junko in the photos were bigger than the measurements given from Makuro. Yeah, well that was something that tipped me off too, Illustrious Rocket, which was why I was like, I have two theories, and one of them is more conspiracy, but it involves Junko being the mastermind because of the fact that Kyoko verifies that the measurements of the body that's supposedly Makuro's actually does match Makuro's height and weight and body shape according to her file. So I'm like, well, maybe it is actually her, but she was disguised as Junko, and Junko's actually the mastermind. Low-key, hyped for me to start Danganronpa 2. If it wins, so make sure when the poll comes up, you do vote. You actually figured out the disguise trick at Chapter 5 Investigation 2, the combination of fake nails, a Fenrir tattoo, and the fact that Monokuma loves irony. Yeah, it was the fake nails is what tipped me off. Wait, Mikuru and Junko have the same measurements. I don't remember there being a file that gives Junko's. Is that in her report card, Chadra? Oh no! You picked this one, Delta. And so did you, Rodder. I'm sorry. It's okay. It's okay. See, that's strange. I mean, I guess Junko and Mikuro do have slightly different facial features. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is that it would make sense for the report card to, if it were altered, it would make sense. Yeah, that's the thing, Zemtor, is that it's still, like, it's not bad if you picked this one first, because that's a good point. Like, what if you were pursuing truth? Truth was important. So, it's like, neither one is necessarily a bad choice to make in that sense.
Now then, I've prepared a very special punch. Let's give it everything we've got. It's punishment.
There's no dialogue. There's like no dialogue at all. Plus, Kyoko's always talking about following the truth. So, oh gosh. It's the same punishment. I wonder if this is a metaphor for getting backstabbed. She's just looking down. Oh. This is awful. I'm glad that they didn't show that. And that's how the class trial of Mikuro Ikusabe came to an end. I still had to wonder whether Kyoko was actually innocent, or regardless, the truth was lost forever, even for me. I just stopped thinking about it. That was the end of Makuro's class trial. And in the end, it would prove to be our last class trial. Once that case was over, there was never a single murder at Hope's Peak ever again. We had obtained peace in exchange for the lives of all the others. Are you serious? What? Are you saying that the ending of this is that everyone has kids with Hina? Also, where's Toko? I thought you said no other murders happened! Peace, but only inside the school! Peace, but only for us! That was the only hope we had. Hope. Hope. Hope? This is hope?
No! This isn't right!
Huh?
Makoto, why are you staring off into space? Don't you have a rebuttal for Kyoko's claim?
Oh, that's... Okay. And then you go back. Her claim? Oh, that's right. I have to... They put you right back in it. Okay, that's... I actually really like that. I like that they immediately put you back in there and be like, nah, you can pick the other one too. Smooth move, Danganronpa. Time to expose her again! Oh my gosh! Jasmo, no! I mean, Byakuya was holding up a photo of Toko, so it kind of looked like Toko had passed away or something. Well, okay, that's the chapter 5 thing. Oh, hi, Ollie. Ollie just didn't want to be here for Kyoko's death. Okay, so... that's the chapter 5 alternate choice. Oh boy, I don't remember. I think it was this one. I think this one has the chapter 6 one.
What?
You can't.
Come on!
It's not. Give it up.
That's the Hina's the ultimate waifu false ending. That ending just... I don't know, that weirds me out.
We have been waiting. If you, Sweetie, have you made your choice? Will you serve under us?
All right, so now let's find out what happens if you select okay. Sure, Junko. Give me all your delicious home-cooked meals.
Oh, did you think I was being serious?
Oh.
Sorry, I was just messing with you.
Aw, man! Okay.
It's been so long since I've had an audience. Even I'm not sure what kind of role I'm supposed to play.
Okay, I didn't know if there would be any alternate thing for that, but I wanted to pick it and find out what she said. Okay, well, that's the chapter 5 and chapter 6 alternate answers. No home-cooked meals. Life of servitude denied. Cartman.
Congratulations for completing the game, Spoonie.
Cartman, thank you for the 1,037 bits. I appreciate that. And thank you for the congratulations as well. We did it! We finished Danganronpa. And it was good. It was good. No, I didn't disappear, Jasbo. I have to load our finished game. I have to load epilogue end, and then it'll show up. See? It's all good. Still sounds like monotones. Man, monotone is so hard to keep up too.
Thrills!
Okay, wait, there's that. Also, wait, I wanted to see what's in extras. Event gallery, movie gallery, artwork, sounds, school store. Oh! Oh! Are you serious? Wait, it says our repeat chance is 98.28%. Why do I not have all of the... I don't have everything, whatever. I'm gonna spend like all my coins and just get it. Oh, hey, it was the button. like a rocket ship. What? Okay, I got some water. And some buttons. Okay, well, I guess we got the last item. I guess now we're at 100%. Yay! Gotcha's complete. Yes, I actually would like to save my changes. Yay, we did it! Okay, let's check out school mode.
Thrills, chills, kills!
Dangan Academy, purely prismatic souls. Sure, let's start a new game. The massive high school towers over all the other buildings in this bustling urban area. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Hope's Peak Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable. A government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. Okay, yeah, this is all pretty much the normal stuff. We are the lucky student. I'm skipping through this part so that we can see what's different. Okay, magic portal, huh? A delusion. And then we pass out. No?
Hey,
Well, what? Not everyone's even here. Makoto, are you okay? Huh?
Are you for real?
What, were you trying to escape in your own reality? It's not like any of us know what's going on either. Oh, sorry?
There's no need to apologize. Given the situation, it's understandable.
That's right. For some reason, I went unconscious as soon as I stepped into the main hall. And when I woke up, I was in a classroom. The windows were all blocked off by these weird metal plates. Yeah, that's pretty much the same dialogue, but it's... Obviously, the windows are completely different. The text box is different. Okay. An announcement to tell us to come to the gym. But hearing that voice made it hard for me to concentrate on what it was actually saying. Where are the others? Wasn't everyone here earlier?
Hey, come on.
Everyone else went to the gym while your ass was knocked out.
Well, but is it really a good idea to obey such a strange announcement?
And...
Yeah, it was weird as hell! But what else are we supposed to do?
Indeed.
She's right. Whatever's going to happen, standing our ground here isn't going to stop it.
You hear me? Okay, then let's head to the gym. Makoto, are you good to go?
Yeah. Also, I get to voice Yelly Boy again! I missed you, Taka! What the hell's going on here? I was tormented by a dark feeling of foreboding, but I did my best to ignore it and hurried to the gym. Oh yeah, everybody is here. As soon as I entered, a weirdly cheery voice echoed across the room.
Hey there, howdy, hello. Is everyone here? Good. Then let's get things rolling.
Okay. Hi again, Monokuma.
And I.
Uh-huh. Yeah, this is all the same, too.
Listen up.
Aw, can't do it! It just can't be done! Huh? This entrance ceremony was supposed to be your chance to make your big high school debut! As the headmaster, I did my best to put on a happy face, but it's just impossible. You can only lie to yourself for so long, you know? But if you can't do it, you can't do it. I've lost my confidence, my groove, and there's no getting it back.
Oh? Why is he acting so depressed? I went from terrified to annoyed in no time flat.
So,
Wait, is that a teddy bear?
Why is that?
That teddy bear can talk.
Come on, what kind of cliched reaction is that? You you people just keep on reacting the same way.
This is kind of depressing.
That's just making me more and more depressed. Even if the hardware is backwards compatible, I guess the same doesn't go for the characters. Wait. Monokuma, are you going like super meta on us where no one else realizes they're in a video game except for you? Humans are so stupid! Worse than any piece of software! Ugh, I'm just getting lower and lower, and there's rock bottom. Here comes the Earth's core. This whole thing just feels sloppy as hell.
Come on.
You expect us to believe you're the headmaster? Stop screwing around. You're right. I screw around too much. I spent half my life apologizing for the other half of my life. But I've been spending so much time trying to think of what to make you guys do, and I'm just lost. Meanwhile, I've been totally neglecting myself. Trying to laugh it off now would just be another lie. Where the heck is this going? You've been neglecting yourself? What does that even mean? I forgot to do something that was gonna be a vital part of your greeting today. Oh, what the heck? My stomach's starting to hurt from all this self-loathing. He seems really depressed. What is it you think he forgot?
I don't think that matters. All that matters is finding a way out of here. No, I need to know. Tell us, what did you forget? If necessary, you should cancel the entrance ceremony and take the time to prepare a proper one.
You're right. What I forgot was my backups.
Are you okay with this?
Backups for what?
Hey.
For
Come
me.
on
Duh. Backups for you? What?
Huh?
I don't understand why you don't understand.
In other words...
A backup, a spare, and in case of emergency.
Hey, you bastard!
Okay, we get it.
Hey, listen.
So if you can have backups, does that mean you really are a toy or a robot or whatever?
Indeed.
If I understand what he's saying, that would make sense. No, see? Oh, okay, I got it. I don't like to admit this, but yes, I'm a robot so advanced even the folks at NASA can't recreate or even comprehend it. But I don't have any backups, so I can't begin.
Huh?
What can't you begin? The entrance ceremony?
How strange.
Sure, that too. But even more than that, I can't even begin your school life itself. Without a backup, the first time I break, that'll be the end of everything for you guys.
Hey, come on.
I don't think any of us give a shit if you break or whatever.
Come on.
Don't be stupid. Without a headmaster, how can your life here run smoothly?
Oh.
But did you not say that you are so advanced even NASA cannot comprehend it? So you should not break so easily, am I right?
Now I'm
You guys are gonna break me! You blew me up in the prologue last time and tore me apart in chapter 5! Huh? Prologue, chapter 5? What is he talking about? But anyway, let's not worry about that. Before we can begin your school life here, I'm gonna have you guys build me some backups!
What?
What? Aw, man, come on.
What's he even talking about?
Come on.
You think you can give me orders, you living garbage? I do, and while you're at it, I'll have you have a bunch of awesome bonus features. Like maybe make me super handsome or eco-friendly, that kind of modern, trendy feel. Or it might be good for a Japanese-style mascot like me to have a super cutesy, super moe backup.
Just hold on.
What the hell, man? You're talking like we already agreed to help.
You guys! Well, you're gonna, right? It's important that you grow as students, sure, but you also have the opportunity to help your teacher grow. You think fake inspirational crap like that is gonna get us on your side?
I don't think he's listening. He's just creating his own reality as he goes.
Yeah, that sounds like Monokuma. Hey, Gora, no, we're checking out a student or a classroom mode. I think that's what it was called. It's an optional thing that opened up when we beat the game. Hey Harley Quinn, how you doing? Yeah, we've also gone full meta.
No way.
Man, if this is the kind of bizarre crap I can expect as a new student here, I'm just gonna go home.
Hey!
And how do you plan to do that? You saw the metal plates covering all the exits, didn't you? So we really have been imprisoned here?
Hey!
What the hell is this? Why would you trap us in here? Let us the hell out of here! Come on, Junko. You know why. You're a liar. Junko! He said he does not have a backup, yes? Why don't we just destroy this one right now? So it finally occurred to you. But I won't go out that easily. I'll use my NASA-level technology to run and hide and you'll never find me.
You seem like a monumental waste of technology.
Stop fucking around.
Alright, that's it.
You son
I'm
of
not
a
gonna be
bitch.
part of whatever shitty joke you're trying to pull here.
Hey, you bastard.
Yeah, who gives a shit about some backup or whatever? We're not here to take care of you.
Hey! Hey!
Okay, yeah, sure. I see what you're saying.
Are you sure?
And would you rather just start killing each other? What? Huh? What did you just say?
I believe he said something about us killing each other. Killing? What are you talking about? If that's supposed to be a joke, it's not funny, it's just stupid!
Yeah, even if you just try to make a point, that's taking it too far. Just a second.
Come on, stop trying to freak us out just to get us to do what you want.
What the heck?
Just hurry up and let us out of here.
Unbelievable.
Would you guys please stop nagging me? I want to go home. I want to go home. I thought bears were crazy about our homing instinct, but you guys really take the cake.
What are you gonna
But I
do?
guess you can't really help yourselves.
Now then.
You're all part of that new wave of enlightenment generation. You need a specific goal to motivate you.
Yes, indeed.
Well then, here's a little spoiler. Spoiler?
Actually,
Once the backups are done, we'll move on to the main event and you can begin your exciting school life.
isn't
Once that starts, then you'll have the chance to trigger your escape flag. What are you talking about? Speak plainly. I don't know what he means, but he did just say something about escaping, right?
Yes, indeed.
See, I was totally clear.
Now
If
then.
you want to escape, you'll have to live here peacefully and build my backups.
Of course.
And you can't just half-ass it either.
I can barely
Build me a
contain
superior
myself.
machine with flawless performance that thrills and delights me, and you pass. And don't worry about living expenses. You have all the food, clothing, and shelter you need. I can even personally guarantee your health and safety. Even if you get sick or injured, I'll treat you right away in the Monokuma Emergency Center. I don't think that's like what we're worried about. Why do we have to do all this in the first place?
Boy.
Whatever, stop complaining and just do it.
Now then.
With this entrance ceremony,
Hold on just a
hasn't
second.
even begun. I mean, you haven't even started your real school life yet. So obviously I can't welcome you yet, which means this isn't a proper entrance ceremony.
Well now.
Okay, I'm done talking for now. Please enjoy these ever-fleeting days of peace. Without another word, he was gone, leaving us in dazed confusion. Okay, so basically this is a mode where you just get to hang out, I guess? Hey chat, I don't really have, I guess it's 1 of 4, so I don't really have time to do this whole thing. Just without like big spoilers or anything, is this just like a peaceful mode? Is this just so you can hang out with people? That's actually pretty cool. Cause that would be probably the reason, like the only reason why I would have wanted to play the game over again is to go and like talk to the other characters that I didn't and get to know them better. So that's actually really cool. That's super cool.
I mean, seriously?
Yeah, what the hell was that? Yeah.
It would seem.
So basically, we're...
Are you okay with this? Honest.
I know why. I want to see. A lot of this is like the same than talking. I just want to. Hey, I want to save. I'm sorry. I want to save.
That. You hit. Stop.
I might just have to exit out because I don't think there's a save anytime soon.
Barn wave, 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 barn butt.
Bard butt. Mike, thank you for resumming for 21 months in a row. Welcome back. I hope you continue to enjoy joining us in our classic for fun. Ding! I appreciate that. Thank you so much, Mike. Yeah, okay, so yeah, that's cool. I might come back and talk to some of the other characters then. I guess I could also achievement hunt because there are achievements for getting someone's report card completely filled up. There's a minigame narrative? Okay, well, I'll keep that in mind.